Is it recording?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to day 2 of the 2025-2026 budget hearings. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Betsy Brown will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag, the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So today we're going to start with legal services. Phil Peer is on Zoom. So Phil, do you want to lead us through your budget?
Sure. So the overall budget is request is $825. It's a $25,000 reduction from last year. The biggest change is a decrease in anticipated expense related to charter. The bulk of the charter work is expected to be done in the current fiscal year, but as the board knows, there will be work done in the subsequent fiscal year, particularly related to the ballot questions. The main driver in the budget is still UI, so that's going to continue into the next fiscal year. I think, as everyone's probably aware, the appeal was argued in January. The court has 4 months to decide, but technically the judge can take as much time as he wants. My guess is he'll decide somewhere in around 4 months, and then we'd probably, depending on how things go, someone's going to take an appeal. So we'll have an appeal in the next fiscal year, and then the other thing that's probably going to happen in the next fiscal year is that UI will file the next phase of the process before the citing council. So we may be litigating that as well during that time. Another driver is, as I believe the board knows, the town has submitted an affordable housing moratorium application to the state. When that happens, there's a 90-day period where people can still get applications in. So the town has experienced an influx of additional applications. Those applications are pretty likely to result in additional land use appeals. So I'm expecting an uptick in land use appeals for the next year. And then we have a tax revaluation that's supposed to take effect as of 10/1/25. So most of that won't impact the next fiscal year, but there will be impact towards the end of the fiscal year, because there'll be the need to advise the assessor, the Board of Assessment Appeals, and then we'll have the early stages of some number of tax appeals. There's always more tax appeals filed by taxpayers in the first year of a revaluation. And then we have some remaining cases from the existing revaluation. We have about 4, 5, 7 cases. One will be completed this fiscal year. The others probably will, unless they're settled, they'll probably go to trial. At the end of a revaluation cycle, often you're left with appeals that aren't particularly strong, so the town has to try them if you can't make a settlement. So that's kind of the impacts on this year's budget and the drivers. Ms. Kupchak, I know you sent an email last night. I've asked finance to send me a report to put together that information for you. We should be able to put that together, I think.
Thank you.
What was Ms. Kupchak's request?
She wanted, I believe it's 2024, the calendar year, the legal fees by category, by quarter. So I can pretty easily, I think, categorize what the different cases are. I mean, I can do it very easily for my own firm, but for the other firms that do work for the town, I'll need some assistance from finance to get a report that goes back that far.
So by category, like 8-30G, like Attorney Baldwin is working on some cases. Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't planning. I mean, Brenda, you can tell me what you're looking for. I wasn't planning to do it that granularly. I was going to match the categories in the budget book, but if you want something different, let me know, Brenda.
Right, I mean, there's, it's just very sort of general than litigation, conservation, tax appeals, but like, United Illuminating Charter, employee labor. But yes, just basic, like what departments, how much outside counsel are we using? What are we using them for?
Maybe,
Uh,
could you let him know, like, sort of the granularity of the categories that you want? Would that make it easier, Phil?
Yeah, I mean,
Or just
I
give
can
some
tell you what
feedback
we
now.
use.
Yeah.
I can tell you what we used outside counsel for now. I mean, so, um, so, you know, Conan Wolf does the large majority of the work, but not all the work. Attorney Baldwin is continuing to handle certain land use appeals. And he has handled some additional matters that have arisen in the last year where my firm has a conflict. I will involve him to handle the matter. Let's see, we have there's a firm in Hartford, can't remember, Hoops is the first name partner. They're doing some affordable housing support work for Mark Barnhard. We have Birch and Moses. They are doing labor, a lot of the labor and most of the labor, and then some of the employment. We have Shipman and Goodwin has done very limited work for the town side at this point, but they're doing work for the Board of Ed. That's not part of this budget. Pullman and Comley is doing the bond work. That's not captured in the budget, but they're doing bond work.
Right.
Rose Kaler is representing the town in one land use appeal that is post judgment. That's the Garden Homes case, and they are doing outside investigations.
Is that a outside attorney not associated with your firm?
Rose Kaler is a Hartford law firm that specializes in employment, and Robin Kaler is the primary attorney that does work for the town. They're not affiliated with my firm.
What kind of
Yeah,
work, what kind of
well-
work were they doing? You said investigations?
Yeah, you asked for an investigation of the person sitting to my right, Mr. Becker.
So they've done other investigations, but that is one of the investigations. But yes,
Right, Brenda, you know that, right? That
So,
it's Rose
and then,
Taylor investigating Mr. Becker.
No, we haven't received any information since
Right,
August.
it's still, it's been slow, but that's an
Very slow.
investigation you asked for that she's handling.
and then Robinson and Cole is handling one outside investigation for the town.
Who's that?
Robinson and Cole, the law firm of Robinson and Cole. This board approved that retainer agreement came to this board.
Yeah, these are all contracts that we approved at the
Yeah.
Board of Selectmen table.
And then let me see. David Schlossberg at Hurwitz, Seigren, Schlossberg and Nuff. That firm is handling matters for the town related to just SantaCon is how I'll refer to it, and some very small other matters for the town. And I believe that is everything. Marino, Zabel, and Schellenberg was formerly handling some matters for the town. They had some tax appeals. Their matters have all concluded. And I believe that covers it in terms of who's performing services for the town currently.
Phil, do you have any questions, Brenda?
Yeah, if we could just, that sort of thing, Phil, if you could send it to Christine and I, that'd be great.
Sure.
Wait, you can send it to me too, right? Yeah, just you. Yeah, Phil, I have a couple of questions. One is, do you anticipate work on the Aquarian acquisition? We are coming up to a point now we're going to have to testify in front of Pura. I'm not sure if you thought about that, because I'm very concerned that with the acquisition of Aquarian and putting all the debt, possibly $2.4 million of debt, under the new Aquarian company called Aquarian Water Authority, that the town of Fairfield and other towns that are currently being served by Aquarian will have a significant rate increase over time, and that we will have a significant tax, what we receive from Aquarian through taxes will become a payment in lieu of taxes, and it puts the town at risk and our customers at, of Aquarian at risk. And so I plan on going to testify. I've already written multiple, letters and testified to RWA, but I think we need to gear up on, testifying in front of Pura as well.
So that's definitely on our radar. That would be under the category of litigation. I don't have a specific budget for that in my mind because,
That may be a one and done, maybe, or
yeah, I mean, there certainly is going to be some level of the town's participation, but it's kind of the standard that Pura uses to review that transaction is kind of, I think, limits our participation.
okay.
But we do have the right to participate, and we, do intend to advocate for the town's interest in that proceeding.
Okay, and for UI, if we win or lose this appeal, and it goes to the Supreme Court, are we limited to what's already been argued in front of the Supreme Court, or is there additional arguments that can be made once you go to the Supreme Court, or is sort of all that work been done? It's just a matter of taking the days needed in front of the Supreme Court.
Well, we don't know what the trial court's decision is going to be yet.
Okay.
So the decision, judges can be unpredictable. So there may be issues the judge raises that have not been briefed. There would be a new round of briefing on appeal. The standard of review might be different. It really is a new proceeding. So while a lot of the work doesn't have to be duplicated, an appeal, which probably ends up in the Supreme Court, would be pretty time consuming. But then again, the other matter that we're anticipating in the next fiscal year is UI has indicated at various points that they are, advanced in the design of the north side route, and that once they finish the design, they intend to file with the siting council for their development and management plan approval. That will start, they may do that while we anticipate that they will do that while the appeal is pending. At which point we have some strategic decisions to make, but we're certainly litigating over that before the siting council and or in the Superior Court. Okay.
Last question is, and I hadn't thought of this when we talked, and I'm sorry, but just thought of it. Our Ethics Commission is seeing a higher volume than they used to, because we now changed the way anonymous tips are reported. They're no longer just going to the administration employees or consultants. They are going directly to the Ethics Commission. And I've talked to people in the Ethics Commission, and it really has ticked up. Do you have a budget, or have you been ever contacted by them for legal advice? Or would they go to another party, or how would that work?
So they have contacted me in a very limited way to discuss process, how to notice things for a meeting, or the procedures to conduct a meeting. They don't utilize my services to any great degree, which it's fine with me. I mean, I'm available to them if they want something, but I think, the determination of whether or not something violates the charter should be determined by the Ethics Commission, not the town attorney, in terms of the ethics review. But
if they need,
if they wanted outside counsel, I mean, that would be something that you guys would have to approve. The board of selectmen would have to authorize that, because you guys authorize contracts.
So they wouldn't go to you first, or would they go to you first, or should they have a budget? Because we didn't budget, I don't think, for attorney fees for the Ethics Commission.
Well, I think that's part of legal services. So I think it's part of the.
It is included in there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a separate breakout for them. I mean, I have kept the same categories as that Jim used. I think they're pretty good. I mean, I've reallocated some things. I mean, he had a low number for general, and I think the general number is more reflective of what I put it in. But I think the categories are pretty good to give the town a sense of how the funds are being spent. I mean, we could add more categories. Ethics, I don't think, is a big driver in the budget. Although if they want more legal support, I'm available to them. If they want independent counsel or some other independent counsel for some reason, I mean, that's, the board of selectmen have to authorize that.
Okay. But there's probably enough in the budget to pay for that at this point.
I mean, based on how they've used legal services to date, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Can I follow up on that?
of course.
So Phil, you're not copied on any ethics complaints, so it no longer goes to the third party administrator. I think it was called Lighthouse, or I can't
It
remember.
goes through, I can answer that.
I'm asking the town attorney.
Bill, I can answer. So
Okay,
when I started in the role of town attorney, ethics complaints still go through Lighthouse. They were, I think,
Lighthouse,
to the town attorney, and then the town attorney would have to triage them. I did not want to be viewing ethics complaints and deciding where they went. So my recommendation to the town was that the process should be the complaints automatically go without anybody filtering them to the Ethics Commission and the Department of Human Resources, because if it's a member of an appointed board or commission, the Ethics Commission would have jurisdiction. If it's an employee, then they both would have jurisdiction. So as the town attorney, I didn't want to be in the middle of ethics complaints. So I'm here to provide advice on the process if they want to reach out, but it should go, it's going.
What does Lighthouse do though? I was never even clear about it. Who are they?
Lighthouse?
Yeah.
That's the vendor that the town has used for a number of years that.
So what do they do with it then when they get it?
can I answer that? That's a process issue that I understand. Is it okay if I answer?
Bill, you don't know who they are?
You're asking Bill?
Bill
No,
or
Phil.
Bill?
Sorry. Phil, Lighthouse is a vendor that receives complaints and then gives it to the HR department.
But Brenda, this hasn't changed from when you were first selectman. This is the same vendor that.
Right, I just wasn't I wasn't involved in that. I didn't know what they did, but I mean, are they like a legal firm or what are they?
They're not a law firm.
Oh, they're not?
No, you can Google Lighthouse or go to the connection on the town website. It's a well-established, I thought that you hired them, maybe it was your predecessor. The Lighthouse was in place. As a matter of fact, when I was on the RTM, I gave testimony that I thought that Lighthouse, the complaints that went through this independent firm that the town hired for anonymous tips should go to the Ethics Commission, but it wasn't happening that way. It was going to the administration. I believe HR was getting a copy and the town attorney was getting a copy. I had a complaint when I was on the RTM that a member of the RTM was quite upset that she filed a anonymous tips that she didn't think that that rides on the police boat should be auctioned off at a Republican fundraiser. And when she put that through, the town attorney responded to her and said, no, it's okay. And she thought that was inappropriate. So it got me thinking that if I were to win, the election, I would make sure that Lighthouse does not forward anonymous tips to the administration. It should go directly to the Ethics Commission with a copy to the to Human Resources. So that's how we changed the way it was set up. But Lighthouse is something that that you were paying for 4 years, and I think it was started probably by your predecessor because of the fill pile, but it was not set up in a way that really made people feel comfortable that complaints were being handled appropriately. And I think now it is, and people feel more comfortable clearly submitting complaints.
So Lighthouse is no longer.
Lighthouse is
being used or no?
Okay. Lighthouse has been used, is being used. Lighthouse filters. It is a IT. It's a software with people that that field anonymous complaints. They don't work for the town. It's a third party. And they just point anonymous tips to whoever the town tells them to point them to. And when you were in office and before you, under Mr. Tetro, people would file anonymous tips through Lighthouse that were sent to the administration. Okay. When I got in, I thought that was inappropriate because it's like the fox guarding the hen house, in my opinion. So I had the anonymous tips going through Lighthouse and pointed and sent to the Ethics Commission, period. Still Lighthouse, they send their emails to a different body now, an independent body.
But the HR department is still copied on all.
They're copied because many of the complaints are HR related.
Correct.
So they get to see, and you know, many of the complaints are frivolous. So if they get 100 complaints, you know, you'd have to ask the Ethics Commission. I would imagine some of them are political, some of them are irrational, and some of them are reasonable. And so the Ethics Commission can filter through them and decide which ones to investigate. That's what they do.
So basically, the
HR
only
needs to know.
change is that Lighthouse is still being used. And
Lighthouse is still being
it still
used.
goes to HR as it always did.
It's pointed.
Which is part of the administration, but the only thing different is that Phil is no longer involved at all in the process.
No. The major thing that's different is that in the past, Ethics Commission would not know if the administration didn't tell them that there was a complaint. That's the major thing. So under your administration, under the Tetro administration, the Ethics Commission did not even get notified of many complaints. Now the Ethics Commission is notified of every complaint. They get to decide which ones to investigate, as opposed to the town attorney intervening and deciding which ones should be investigated. Okay?
I was never familiar with what they were doing, but.
Okay, it's pretty important though. It's important to have an Ethics Commission that sees every complaint. And I'm grateful for them. The activity that now that they are seeing has ticked up because they are seeing things that they never saw before. Now they decide which ones to investigate and which ones to disregard, as opposed to a town attorney or a human resources director.
Human resources is still involved though.
They're copied and they're still involved, as they should be.
So,
Yeah,
so
Brenda,
to your point, they're still getting a lot of frivolous,
Of course,
political,
of
whatever
course.
it is.
From what I understand, they still get, you know, sometimes. Well, actually, I don't see them, but from the types of emails that I get, you know, there are people saying, you know, Bill Gerber is a crook because he did this or that, and you know, I get those kinds of comments all the time. I imagine you did too. Most of them, you know, you can say, well, this person is angry and misinformed, or I might get an email from somebody that says the fire marshal's corrupt. He didn't do X, Y, Z. And, you know, the Ethics Commission will look at it and maybe they'll talk to a couple people and say, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. And it's just not true. They won't bother going the next step. And it's so that is now the Ethics Commission. It's their job to determine whether or not to take it forward. Yes, Ms. Vitale.
So as pertains to the legal budget, Phil, you're not involved in this at all. So it's not part of your budget, correct?
The only way it impacts my budget is if I'm requested to provide advice by the commission or by HR on some legal issue.
All right, we just kind of got off a tangent there on the legal services, so I apologize.
Well, it's pretty important. I'm glad you brought it up. I think it's very important that people understand that the Ethics Commission is an independent body, and you know, if you work for the town, if you're a contractor for the town, you won't be ratted out. You know, you don't need to feel constrained that no one's going to take your complaint seriously, because it will go to the Ethics Commission, which is a bipartisan board of non-political people, and they'll be the ones making the determination, not someone who's hired by the town. Yes.
I'm good.
You sure?
I'm sure. It's really
okay. I'm glad we talked about it. I think it's one of the more important things
No, I
we've
mean,
done in the last
it's
year.
more, it would just follow it. I have questions, but I can follow up.
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
It's not about legal services.
That's all I have for legal, Phil. Brenda, do you have anything more?
No, I don't.
Anything more?
Well, you know what, Bill's here. If the Board of Selectmen just wanted an update from the Ethics Commission, we receive 100 submissions from Lighthouse, and just a breakdown of how many are deemed really not their purview or frivolous. Could that be reported out to us? Not
I
detailed?
don't know. That's a really good question. I think we should ask the Ethics Commission, the chair of the Ethics Commission.
So that would just be, you know, if
I
the
mean,
Board of
I think
Selectmen.
they could report to you on just the numbers.
Yeah.
And the complaints are required to be confidential
Absolutely.
until there's a finding of probable cause. So the substance would not be reportable, but the just the statistics.
Yeah,
think
just the
we can do
statistics,
that.
just to Mr. Gerber's follow-up to
Yeah.
this first selectman saying they're getting more
Yes,
complaints, just to have an idea of how many of those complaints are
right, and
they're following through with and potentially could use the town attorney's guidance on. That's
well, and that is actually my question. I'm not sure if the town attorney, Phil, whether you in this current construct, whether you would find someone else to work with the Ethics Commission, or you would feel comfortable working with the Ethics Commission directly?
I mean, it depends on what they want and what the issue is. I
Okay.
mean, so.
But it sounds like
So-
for now, there's not a budget.
I try not to get
It's-
into the substance of
It's just
their
part of
work.
the general, but
The extent of my involvement is on process and procedure, not on the substance, because they need to do their.
if
own
it's
work.
someone involved with the administration, like my office, as you have not been willing to be involved in those, and you've outsourced those to third parties, so.
I mean, with it hasn't come up with the ethics commission where they're asking me for that sort of advice, but I mean, if it's if we have a conflict, we're not going to get involved
Right.
with any issue. So.
And the reason I know about the increased volume is actually in a public meeting, the former chair of the commission said, we're very busy. And I said, are you blaming me for that, for changing the way that ethics complaints are reported? And he said, jokingly, he said, yes. So, and I just recently spoke to the current chair, who also said, yes, that is where most of the complaints are now coming from. So, it used to be, it was more difficult before Lighthouse. You would have to, you filled in forms or whatever. It was a little more difficult. Lighthouse made it easier to file a complaint, but it wasn't. I think people, my guess is that people felt uncomfortable with it, because if it's going to HR and the town attorney, and you feel that those are people that work, for the first select person, either as a, hired by or work for them, that they may be able to, stop it from going anywhere. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil.
Okay.
Next up is Betsy Brown.
Good morning.
Morning, Betsy. How are you?
Great, how are you?
Good.
Want to go over revenue first?
Sure.
I'm quite happy to say, as I reported to the Board of Finance at their quarterly, I am trending ahead of budget for conveyance tax. So I do believe I'm going to hit my budget number this year. And according to reports that I've read online, in the newspaper, realtors I've spoken with, hopefully the market is rebounding. We just need more inventory and better price points. And I really think next year will be a better year. The bad news is recordings are down. There's hardly any refinancing right now. And we just need the rates to come down in order to boost that number.
Can I ask you about that, Bets?
Sure.
Hi, by the way.
Hi.
You're showing conveyance taxes up by 150,000 with a 6.98 increase. what's you're anticipating driving that?
Right now, I'm going ahead of budget for this fiscal year. And I think the way the market is trending, it will hit my budget number this year, and I believe it's rebounding for next year as well. We just need a little more inventory.
Right, but I mean, with all the lack of movement because of the high interest rates and very little stock, very little people selling, what do you think is gonna anticipate that kind of increase?
Right now is usually the quiet time of year, and even right now, my numbers through end of last week, I'm over 1.5 million. And for February, we're ahead of January, even though it's a shorter month.
Okay,
Spring market, as long as we get more inventory, I think we're looking
Yeah.
pretty good.
all right. I mean, I don't, it just seems like there's not that much on the market, just because of the, the inflation and the interest rates are so high. People are
Like
kind
I
of,
said, the refinancing's not there, but the sales right now are. It just, we do need more inventory,
okay,
and the proper price points.
thank you.
And another bright spot are my certified copies. We're killing it with certified copies. A lot of people make copies from home now. Our land records are online, so people just print them out at home. So we got a piece of that. And as far as expenses, advertising, which I'm hoping either through charter revision, we can eliminate some of our advertising costs. And otherwise, it's just personal services that have gone up.
Yeah, so with the charter, if they allow you to no longer post in the newspapers, we'll still have to post certain things in the papers, right?
We'll have to put in legal notices, warning of the election, there's a primary, those sort of things, those are mandated by state statute.
And the papers that you put it in are not, I mean, it could be any paper, right?
Well, the charter specifies, with the circulation within the town. So I just use the Fairfield Citizen, it's still Hearst Media.
Right. It would be nice if the state could move on removing, or was that a state or federal requirement for the legal notice?
For election warnings,
Yeah.
those are mandated by the state.
Because, I don't know, but I'm assuming most people get the information through digital, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still post the warning online.
That's something we should ask our state reps to.
I believe it's in the election statutes as opposed to just a general,
Okay.
right? You do have to warn what offices are available.
Sort of a waste, probably generally a waste of money. Okay. And then for your grants for you're digitizing your office. Where your grant? Okay. You take your first of all, you have that grant again, right? For how much is that again?
Current fiscal year, it was 7,500. I've already completed that, and now I have paperwork for the next one. That amount has been reduced to 7,000 because, again, that's based on the size of the municipality and how much money overall goes into the Historic Documents Fund throughout the state.
And if you were able to, let's say, double that, would you actually be able to use double that? If you were able to triple it, would you be able?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you're limited by the grant. You're just being fiscally responsible and going with the grant. But if you wanted to, you could clear out more paper if you had more money.
I could digitize more records and make them available online, but again, we still need to have a physical copy of the land records available in our vault.
Oh, they would have to be on site. You couldn't then move them off site. Okay. So it really doesn't help with space. Okay. Thanks.
If we could store our maps off site, that would be wonderful from the state. I keep asking them about.
They won't let you.
Not yet, they haven't approved the vendor yet for that.
But if they were digitized and off-site, we digitize the maps, right? Then would that be a practical thing for people who need the maps, like to bring them up online, or would they still need a printout, you know? Or,
Very rarely do they need the printout.
okay, so that's the second thing we should try to get past at the state level. I would imagine that it just hasn't been done, but that people would agree that.
This state library is working on that.
Oh, that's the state. Oh, they are working on it? Okay. All right. Because space in this, as everyone probably agrees, space in this complex is at a premium, and it would be great to pass a bit for storage. So, any questions? Okay, seeing none from Beth, from Brenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Sans Cleary from our health department, and 153.
Well, thank you for having me here. For revenue, no significant changes. We've gone with a 3-year average for almost all the categories except for the miscellaneous health. We've reduced that by 20, essentially reduced it in half. We had expected to have 2 nurses at a private school, 2 part-time nurses cover a private school. That individual at the school that required that need no longer attends the school. So we didn't need both positions, but an individual switched to a different private school that required that need, and we needed to add to the current services we provide there. So that accounts for the $25,000 there in revenue that'll be funded from the because these temporary in nature sometimes. We will fund that from our seasonal food fund. In terms of expenditures, we have the most significant changes from our with our budget is related to collective bargaining agreements being resolved. And so we'll see increases in salaries and other line items that are impacted when you look at full and part-time payroll. In addition, our temporary payroll, you'll see has gone up by 13,000. We've been having some fluctuations. This is for substitute nurses. We've been having some pretty significant fluctuations in the last 3 years. We had 62,000, 87,000, and 79,000 as in terms of our expenditures. So we took an average of that for this year, discussed it with Ms. Gardenti about how to go about that. And we just took an average of those 3. We reduced secretarial services. That was for the Board of Condemnation. We had tried to hire someone to do secretarial services for the Board of Condemnation. Filled it with people, but it's such temporary in nature that we weren't able to keep a person in that position. So we just eliminated it. We currently have the Health Department Secretary covering the Board of Condemnation minutes as the Board of Condemnation occurs during working hours. Fees and professional services went up a fair amount in terms of there were some collective bargaining agreement changes there, additional benefits, and then we are increasing the medical advisor pay. He paid $11,000. He's only had in 15 years had 1 increase, and so we're having another increase of $1,000 there. And then we had added some clinic scheduling software this year that we're paying for. We're actually going to shift that to the information technology line. And then the other significant change is education and membership line went up by 27.5. And that's largely due to collective bargaining agreement, additional benefits that the nurses get. They get, their RN license, which was part of a $500 benefit that they got for education, is now separated out as a separate item. They have a additional stipend for a school nursing certification, and then an additional up to $500 for 2 additional certifications approved by the supervisor. And so when you total that up, it's $1,100 per nurse, and we have 27 nurses, full-time nurses, and so that adds to that line item there. And that's really the significant changes.
Probably said it and I missed it, but going back to revenue, the miscellaneous.
Sure.
Yeah, what was that again?
So last year we funded that 53,000 in there was for 2 part-time nurses to cover a private school that had a student that required full-time services. That student left the school. We didn't have that need, but we had an additional need at a different private school where a student, began attending there that has need for full-time nursing. And so we took 1/2 of that. So we won't expend the full amount that we budgeted for this year, but for next year, we're planning to have 1/2 of that. So essentially a 2-day nurse at that school, and that money is placed there. And then we fund that not with general fund dollars. That's why it's placed here. We fund it from the seasonal flu account because it's going to be likely a temporary position in nature.
So that's funded through your seasonal flu revenue. Okay. And I'll ask when I finish it. Just on the headcount, probably did you mention the dental hygienist and how that was dramatically underused? You and I spoke about why that was no longer necessary, and that you've made up for that we do when dental hygienists or when dental work is needed for someone who would be covered by that, we have outside providers that we can transport the kids to. But it was just so underutilized. Right?
Yeah, the demand for our in-school cleanings dropped dramatically. And so it no longer supported it justified having a full-time 10-month dental hygienist on staff, unfortunately. And so we had to, that person was laid off, and we provide the exact same services. And we just do it through a group of providers in town, and who have agreed to do it at Medicaid rates. And we have funding. Years ago we had a grant, and that we still have funding remaining in there from that grant and from revenue generated by the dental hygienist position. So we think we're probably covered for dental services probably for about 10 years, with that, depending on utilization.
I'm sorry I was such a pain about this. I actually wrote a paper in grad school about the importance of dental hygiene for underserved populations, and I was really wary of it. But when you showed me the numbers, it just didn't make sense to continue with this position. So, and that you're making up those services in other ways. Any questions?
Just at the federal level, things that are happening in terms of you've been funded by grants in the past. Are you nervous? You're hearing any changes of what might be coming down the pike? Seeing clinics and support for.
So our base services shouldn't be impacted at all. We do have a few positions on grants that are federal grants that are reimbursement grants. Spend it, then you get reimbursed. Those types of grants are the ones that are at risk. We haven't had anything definitive yet from the state. Has said don't let people lay people off. Keep people or staff, but don't enter into any new contracts. Don't hire any new staff on those grants. And so, for example, with our immunization grant, we had a part-time nurse there. She left because of uncertainty about the future funding, but there was also an opportunity to work for us as a school nurse. So she shifted over to being a school nurse. We can't hire somebody new in that position. So we'll underutilize the funds that are available to us for that grant. But the vaccination season is largely over. The grant ends in June. We're going to increase the hours of the other individual, the community health worker that's on that grant. So we hope to use up most of that. And then with the one other grant, that we have, there's another grant where we were given by the federal through the state all the funds ahead of time. And so we have another person on a separate grant, our ELC 2 grant, that we can, if they say we're not reimbursing any more expenditures on that, we can shift them over to this workforce development grant, which was the eventual plan anyway. She would just go earlier than expected onto the workforce development grant and would continue on that grant for a couple of years.
Any questions, Brenda? I think you're, okay. Back to, I had a question, I can't even find it now, the soil testing permits. we need to get permits for testing soil?
That's related to subsurface sewage disposal systems.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah.
All right, I have no questions. Are we okay with Sands?
Yeah, good to see you, Sands.
Good to see you. All right,
Keep
take
up
care.
the good work.
Thanks for leading us through many crises. Thank you, Sam. So next we have Fire Chief. You're done. And Deputy Fire, are you gonna stand up there as well? Or we have our Deputy Chief here as well. Case and
Page 109.
Thank you.
Morning, thank you for having us. Would you like me to start with revenue or did you have a particular area?
We'll
where you
probably
wanted me to
just start with revenue and then go to the major expenses. I know that we're pretty well versed,
Okay.
but the public probably isn't, so yeah.
Revenue is somewhat like last year, the MPG grant, which is for department's work in emergency management. It's basically FEMA funds coming down through the state and for the work that we do every day in emergency management planning. And it's a per capita 50 cents per population. So that's really unchanged or very close to last year's. Fire marshal fees, we raised 20% only based on fiscal year 24 actuals and the trending of this year to be slightly higher than our predictions. So onto the personal service part of our budget. The main drivers would be we had asked for some additional positions and two of them were granted. One being an additional deputy fire chief, so that instead of one deputy fire chief, we split the duties into two, which is very typical of most same size and larger fire departments within Connecticut and the region. You know, Greenwich, was it North Haven and Norwalk and Bridgeport.
It would be for the public's sake. Can you elaborate just a little on how you split it and yeah?
So what we did is the functions that the fire department is very, very lean in its bureaucracy or its command staff. It was just basically the chief and a deputy chief doing the day-to-day things because, you know, even though there are other day staff people, the fire marshal's office is handling fire marshals inspections and plan review every day. The training chief is handling training every day. So there's really no one in for administration. So what we did is we divided the duties of the deputy chief into deputy chief administration and deputy chief operations. Operations handles facilities. It handles basically anything with wheels. You know, our apparatus and everything like that. Administration handles anything with legs, you know, and it's budget and personnel matters and things like that. Of course, there are many other intricacies there. You know, we recently had an audit from OSHA. OSHA came in, so we need to have day-to-day handling of that. So I split those duties within the deputy chiefs. You know, there's many statutory and regulatory requirements that we have. And it's, I think we're being more efficient having the two deputies. It was kind of, it was just a little, it was very difficult for one deputy to handle all the functions that are required and to be proactive, not just reactive. So the additional driver is a training lieutenant. Most fire departments our size have more than one person in the training division. So we added a lieutenant's position. So this lieutenant will be doing the day-to-day training of our personnel, but also the additional function of assistant safety officer. So between the training officer and the training lieutenant, the training chief and the training lieutenant, they'll handle the duty day-to-day, what's going on with training our people and running the fire school, but also responding to fires and emergencies as safety officer, and also non-response safety issues if there's if their exposures to our personnel and things like that. They investigate and protect our personnel. So I don't know if you have any questions in particular about the personal services part of our of our budget or of our operating accounts.
Any questions, Brenda? Go
Yes.
ahead.
So, hi Karen.
Hi, morning, Brenda, how are you?
Morning. So, okay, so we're adding another deputy fire chief. However, I'm wondering, I know that it was a real priority for the department for a number of years to increase inspectors, because you and the chief were always telling me that, and the inspectors were telling me that you guys were way behind on inspections and you really needed that. That was something that was pushed for. So I'm just wondering why you guys didn't ask for another inspector.
So
As
we
opposed
did.
to an additional deputy chief.
So we did ask for an additional inspector. The administration just asked us to, instead of increasing headcount, to try to handle some of that workload by using some of our personnel who are fire marshals, who have fire marshal certification. All of our assistant chiefs have fire marshal certification. And so having them off duty, work some overtime hours, so at least it's not additional headcount and can be utilized as needed or not needed, to handle some of that work. So it's an experiment which we've just commenced about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
So where are we though on our inspections? Are we still underwater or?
We are having some difficulties. One of the big problems is that one of our inspectors who was in place has been out on an injury leave for a year and or more, and another inspector is out on sick leave right now. So we are having some difficulties, and we're just trying to. We're trying to deal with that in any way we can. So a few things that we've done is that we knew that one inspector, our deputy fire marshal, is planning on. He asked to go back to the line, go back to firefighting. So instead of just letting that person go, he said that he wanted to do it sometime in the spring. So instead of just dealing with it when that happened, we sent a lieutenant to fire marshal school so that it'll be a seamless transition. So we won't have a vacancy in that office. So we have a lieutenant that will be trained by that time. We also have one of the inspectors that I mentioned before will be retiring. Noticed us that he's retiring in July. So instead of when July comes, having that person leave and then saying, okay, we need to send somebody to inspector school, because it's months and months. It's I think 6 months, 6 months or so between getting the codes part and the investigations part of your fire marshal certification. So we just put out a notice asking for anyone who wanted to take this training. These people started this week, and hopefully then they'll be finished. We'll have that person finished in July, and we have another person that we're sending also in anticipation of maybe a future vacancy. So I think we're trying to be as fiscally responsible, but we are cognizant of our duties, our statutory duties to inspect.
So currently with the sick pay and injury, who's doing the inspections?
So we do have a fire marshal who's an assistant chief, and we have a deputy fire marshal who's a lieutenant. The two of them are doing inspections, plus we've opened it up to the rest of our assistant chiefs, plus those two people at night, not at night, whenever they're not working their regular tours. So say, for example, on their weekends or nights, they can also pick up some of these inspections, and they would just take them and visit the buildings and then handle them as appropriate.
So, I mean, I'd be curious to know, I mean, is this generating a lot of overtime? Because maybe it would be just worth having the other inspector, because we, as you point out, and as I'm aware, that it's statutory. We pull those fees in at the beginning with the caveat that we're going to do the yearly inspections. And with all the building, that the department pointed out to me, with all the new buildings in town, I think we're putting, there's risk involved if we don't have timely inspections. I mean, do you think it might be worth it? Did you look at your overtime line to see if it's worth just, having, would it be more financially and appropriate to have the inspector as opposed to having all the extra overtime from people who are doing other positions in the department?
I would welcome any solution.
If Brenda, when we get to it, if you would want to make a motion to add an inspector, I'd be open to that. But I would love to know if you have a way of tracking the backlog and whether or not we could, over time, because the idea of using, certifying other people and using them, whether that, I guess now it's kind of hard to know whether that's working because it's too soon.
That's very new.
But whether you'd want to wait, maybe put something in contingency or something and wait and see if that works, or I'm not sure how that's tracked, or whether there's even some way for you to report to us if you're chipping away at that backlog.
Well, we're very open to any solution that you want. We did tell you our need, and that was one solution, to have people working on overtime. However you can give us, whatever help any of you can give us would be definitely welcomed.
Is there a way to track the backlog and whether it's getting worse or better, or?
Basically, our fire marshal does know how many structures there are and how many we've re-inspected, and how many within what time. So, that would be something that we could, his office could produce for us if you'd like.
I suppose if Brenda wanted to make that motion, that we and we could add somebody, we could go into the budget for 4 months down the line or something, and make that determination after tracking whether or not we can chip away at the backlog for the amount of money originally allotted, and see if we actually need to spend it, and if not, reallocate or just not spend that money.
Absolutely.
Well, could we then get some information first? For example, like, could we get what the overtime costs are? Like, I know there's been a lot of movement within the department, so I think it might be helpful for Christina and I, because we're not part of the administration, to get a status report of all the personnel changes that have taken place over the past year. Who's moved to what position, that kind of thing. I don't really know. You said that the two deputy chiefs are kind of a standard practice, but I would be curious to know, if those towns like Norwalk, which is, a large city, Greenwich, similarly sized to us, but how many inspectors does Greenwich have? And they have two deputy chiefs. So to me, I think we need a little bit more information before anyone would be prepared to make a motion to do anything. What are the overtime costs? How far behind are we on inspections? What do the other towns who have two deputy chiefs, how many inspectors do they have? I think those are important pieces of information to have. And what is our current staffing changes within the department? So if someone, Bill, and you're somebody taking a note on this, could get us that information so that we could at least make an educated decision about what motions we'd like to make.
Well, the staffing changes you can see in the budget, but in terms of like the actual people, like the names of the people, or?
No, it's just hard to tell, because I know that some things have changed. Like, I remember, like the FLSA claim that said fire instruction supposed to be paid overtime rather than hourly rate. I don't know where that is. There's some personnel changes, moving fire training coordinators off budget, like different things. So it's hard to you know, when you look at the budget, it's hard to tell from last year, if you don't have it in front of you, you know, what kind of changes we've made. And
You know what, it would be helpful, I mean, I would love to see any, you know, it sounds like interesting information, which I think we may have already, so why don't you put it in an email with bullet points as to what you'd like to see, and we'll see if we can produce it. Any questions?
For part-time. Training assistant. Function, is that? We're down, you know, one head count there.
Yeah, so
Just how that, is it somebody
So-
doing it as overtime, like?
So no, what happened was down at the fire training center, there was a resignation of a person who was in a position as a training coordinator running the programs down there. So at that time, we decided to put in a lieutenant down there because we thought that a lot of those duties would be more efficient if done by a lieutenant. And then we shifted some of the more admin aspects of that job to existing personnel,
Existing,
existing admins.
that makes sense.
To keep the head count
Yeah.
even.
how is that different, Karen, on following up on Christine? So I know I added a full, you know, I made Denise Sherwood a part-time to a full-time at the request of the department.
Right.
So what's different? Then you guys added, I think, a part-time to add to that full-time. Was there a part-time person then added?
No one was added after her. Concurrent, always down there were some part-time people working down there, you know, some firefighters from other towns that were working just a couple hours a week. So we always had that little, you know, few admin positions that were doing the, you know, part-time admin work, admin hours, that was. But when, you know, the fire training coordinator resigned, you know, we were without somebody, and that's kind of a niche where we need somebody who understands the business, but also understands, you know, it's training, the training building and what the fire department does, what the region does. So we just thought that this way, if we put a lieutenant there instead, we would get a lot of the different, you know, we tick off a lot of the different things that need to be performed. Plus we get some extra benefits because we get someone else who could respond, you know, for safety, you know, as an assistant safety officer, because when the training officer was off, we had trouble trying to cover our safety needs, you know. So and what the safety officer does is on fires and major emergencies, the safety officer responds to those scenes and ensures while the incident commander is running the scene that this safety officer, and this is all over the United States, this isn't just us, but fire departments have safety officers who they respond, and they're just looking out for, you know, being proactive, making ensuring that the people are safe. You know, it might be running a rapid intervention team, getting them ready to respond in the building if somebody gets hung up or lost or hurt. It could be just ensuring that, hey, you know, maybe where the apparatus is placed, you need to move that apparatus because this wall may come down with this amount of fire. Or if we're at a trench scene and we're telling everybody, hey, you know, you didn't put the panels in correctly, you know, to take a look at what you're doing with the scene. So so what we did is we looked at all the different functions that were performed by that fire training coordinator, and we shunted them off to this new training officer, but there were some admin functions that needed to be performed, munis and payroll and things like that. So we shunted them off to existing admins. So you know, it's different, but it gets the gist of what we need done. Plus, it gives us having another firefighter in the mix.
So the fire training coordinator has been moved out off budget
Yes, right. Is
Is
that,
that accurate?
I'm not sure, is that what your plan was?
The fire training coordinator was moved off budget?
The fire training coordinator position has been converted into a lieutenant position. And we believe that versus adding another administrative employee, it now is adding something that is, going to be an overall higher impact. And the difference is what we are looking to do, and we'll get to that in the fire school, is that they're now those positions are fully under the fire department budget, but there is also a portion of it that is billed back to the fire school because they do have fire school duties.
So there's not an admin anymore doing like the munis and the scheduling and all
That's
that?
being handled at fire headquarters, of which the fire department is ultimately responsible for the fire school. So we've
So
shifted some of
who's
those
who's
responsibilities.
handling it? Who's doing it?
The Thea 7 person who works outside my office.
There's
Who's handling the fire training school?
In the Thea 6, there's a Thea 6 that works up in the fire marshal's office.
Is any admin at the fire training school?
Is part-time support.
Just part-time support, those part-time firefighters.
A large portion of what the admin position was doing was not munis. I think that we are oftentimes, and I think yesterday getting somewhat tripped up on some of the title and not so much focusing on what the ultimate employee is doing. That individual was frankly likely misclassed and was doing a lot of programming work and certainly much more than inputting. So the lieutenant is taking the programming pieces, but also now can serve out on the fire ground during the training evolutions as needed as an additional safety or training officer, and then deepens the bench on the safety side of the house during incidents. If you look at after action reports that we've had and certainly some near misses, deepening on the safety side was an important item. So what we were looking to do was not simply add another entire body, but to look at that as an opportunity as to how to maximize the base position as it was and be most efficient in getting to the overall objectives for the fire department and the town and the safety of firefighters responding as well.
So we're adding expertise and functionality by doing this
Correct.
fire
So we
station.
changed the admin to a lieutenant to focus more on safety, and then your secretary is managing the admin stuff on top of her job?
Correct,
And she's doing that all within her regular hours, her work week?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh. And the deputies also have absorbed some functions too, overseeing that.
Any other questions? Gotta say, I said it to the police yesterday, and I would be remiss not to say it to you. I've been incredibly impressed by your team this year, and the level of professionalism, and I've learned so much, and I really appreciate your being willing to work with us and impart your knowledge. And it's like I know talking to a kindergartner sometimes, but it's been incredibly helpful for me, and I think I feel we're in great hands with your team. So
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you saying that, and I thank you for your support, and I thank Brenda for her support. We've been very happy to have administrations which really do value the fire department and the work that it does. So thank you.
I spoke too soon. I have one more question.
Okay.
Can you just?
no, I already made my closing
That was
statement.
beautiful.
So,
Just, can you speak to the capital outlay
Yes.
just a
So
little bit?
in general, what it is, or the ask for this year. So capital outlay, just in general, are they're the big, larger piece items that we need during the year, which usually they're below the threshold of what would be otherwise bonded. So, for example, each year there's a recurring $25,000 which we use for our hose replacement and our appliances, which they're all the things that hook onto the end of the hoses, for lack of a better word, because each year we're required by NFPA to test our hose, and each year hose fails, and hose only lasts for so long because you're dragging it on the ground, and it's a fabric. So for example, the first item is a recurring one, the 10-year hose and water distribution. The second one is a turnout gear replacement. Each year we try to replace 20 sets of our turnout gear, which is our coats and our pants, which protect us from fire. We're required to replace each set every 10 years. So that's something that kind of came down a few years ago, which fire department is challenging for fire departments financially because it's a lot of money. It's $4,000 or $5,000 per set. So you have to everyone needs 2 sets, because if they get it wet at a fire, they need to have something to go into. Otherwise, that person's out of service. So we keep 2 sets. So it's a difficult thing all fire departments go through. But the great thing is that we're doing it because, number one, it protects our people, and number two, it also protects us from an OSHA fine. But so anyway, the third thing here is our SCBA cylinders. Now they're the cylinders that go on the back on our harnesses. They're self-contained breathing apparatus where they compress air. Really, the amount of air that's in this room, they compress it to a bottle that fits on our backs, and they have a life where they're supposed to be hydrostatically tested every 3 years, right? And then we have to replace the bottles every 15, right? 15, yes. Into service life is 15. So we have a whole bunch that were identified as going out of service. So we need to replace them for the safety, because they're compressed at 4,500 pounds per square inch. So it's not something that you want to fail. It's a composite cylinder made of aluminum and fabric. So also, we're also, as you see, there's some other things, special operations equipment, which we're trying to replace our high pressure, low lift bags. These are those, they look like pillows we'll put under a vehicle if somebody's trapped underneath and we need to raise it up, or if somebody's trapped between a train and a platform, we slip it in the gap, and then we expand this pillow, and it and it pneumatically moves the objects. So we get people, who are entrapped, and those things have a shelf life too. So we're replacing them. Personal escape rope replacement program. Everyone has heard of Black Sunday down in the Bronx, where firefighters didn't have these years ago and jumped. A friend of mine died in Yonkers, and 2 of my friends got very gravely injured jumping out of a building in my district during a fire, because they didn't have these yet. Fortunately, most departments now have them. So this is just our upkeep. Now, the departments, the town has given us in the past, Brenda and Bill, selectmen and the selectwomen's administrations have given us this equipment, but we need to keep up because certain aspects of it have to be replaced each year. Hazmat equipment, dive rescue equipment. As you know, we have a dive team, and we have to get equipment to replace for new members, but also for existing members. We have response technology. Our mobile data terminals are the things that on the apparatus, they're just iPads or little pads like that, which give us information about the buildings when we're coming to them, when we're responding. And also it gives us hydrant information so that we can look and see, here's the building, okay, here's the nearest hydrant here. Oh, and what if this hydrant is not there anymore because it's just, you can see it lying on the ground. Okay, here's the next closest hydrant. So these are things that we need. There's special projects that we need during the year, and I do ask that you support that.
Well, I mean, this last year, just between the wildfires out in California and unfortunately just locally over the last year, we've seen just tragedy hits. Just want to make sure it's reassuring to hear that health and safety of our firefighters and our community remain in the forefront, and you're looking at the newest technology and making sure we're staying up to date, so.
Thank you. We never want to say that we don't have our equipment, and thank you for providing that.
And just thank you for that added detail, and I think it's important for the community to hear that we are investing in you and appreciate, you know, your dedication and your bravery and your service, to echo the first, my fellow select people.
Can I follow up on that capital outlay?
Yes.
So, Karen, it says, capital outlay in fire outside services show a $71,000 expense. Typically, those would be inside the budget. Can you tell me what that was for, the 71,000?
Not sure. Where is that?
There's a line for 71,000 in outside expense, outside services.
What page is that on?
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
I'm blind from seeing, I mean, there wasn't a lot of information in the capital outlay, because usually, I know there was a rule that anything under 100,000 would be included in the budget, you know, as opposed to, you know, the capital piece. But if there's something with $71,000, I don't know where, I have so many notes and pages.
Let's see.
It looks, I think it was a vehicle.
In this budget, we don't have a vehicle in this capital budget.
Were any vehicles purchased this past year?
Yes.
Were they non-reoccurring or where, like?
So you,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you referring to the outside jobs fund?
Yes,
update
yes.
that you asked for
That's what I, yeah.
fire?
Oh, outside jobs,
Which is
I don't know
a
where it
pass-through
was.
account usually utilized for vehicle purchases and the outside jobs for both police and fire. So in the current fiscal year, they had finally accrued enough funds to support the purchase of one vehicle. There's a major difference between police and fire within that fund. Frankly, on the revenue and expense side, the police department takes in millions of dollars of revenue and expense, and then roughly $700,000 in vehicle purchases come out of that from the net revenue. The fire department
Right.
has much smaller outside jobs, quote unquote, type of generation that flows through that fund. In that they only get it typically for fire watch activities, sports games, things like that, versus the police have all of the outside jobs for road jobs and whatnot. So there is a vehicle purchase that was made within the outside jobs fund when they had actually accrued enough to purchase one vehicle to draw that down. So that will now.
Police car for the police?
This is the fire department outside jobs. They're broken out as a sub allocation
Oh.
within there. So it was used to purchase a vehicle for fire since it was fire generated dollars. The police cars.
Is that like for the deputy chief, or who was the vehicle for?
It went to one of either the chief or one of the deputies. I don't know the specific vehicle. Was into the fleet. And then they're assigned and then passed down over a 10-year life expectancy. But we had observed that the fund had finally reached enough to make a purchase after years of accruing. And we were in the process of issuing out, the fire department was issuing out vehicles and observing the conditions. The administration looked at the conditions of their fleet and had literally vehicles that one of them, the axle cracked and fell out, and others where the floorboards were rotted out, and substandard conditions for first responder vehicles were a problem. So one of the places that we did look at was the outside jobs fund, and then recognize that there was finally enough money in there to make that purchase. It'll take a few years for them to accrue the funds back like that to do that again, though. Again, they don't get that many opportunities to flow through.
Karen, I know everybody, I would like to also thank you for your service to the community, and and the entire department. I do want to, however, bring up something that's probably not popular to bring up. But I noticed in the budget, that, you're serving as the interim fire chief, while the chief is on administrative leave. But in the budget, it looks not even now, not this budget, but it's 10% more than the acting chief was being paid. Maybe the administration can answer why we would be paying interim 10% more than we were paying the chief.
Yeah, we have serious questions actually about the chief and deputy chief salaries and where they were actually placed, particularly in comparison to other departments and our police department. Police department seemed to have been leveled up. The fire department seemed to have stagnated at a place that was significantly below the people reporting to them, with shift differential factored in. So for the deputy chief salaries, when looking at even asking assistant chiefs to move up into the deputy chief role at this stage, it was almost something that you couldn't even ask somebody to justify from the financial hit that they would take. And then looking at comparables within command staff, even within his own town, it was problematic. So we applied initially a 10% factor, which is essentially like treating it like you would a shift differential within the way the union employees are handled. That's where we arrived at the deputy chief salary. And that started to bring it closer to where it should be. It's probably still actually a little bit below where market and comparables across the street and within public safety. And then at that same token, you had then leveled out where the deputy chiefs or the interim deputy chiefs would be making frankly, more, significantly more than where, or, right about at where the deputy chief moving into the acting role was going to be. It's just a consistent problem that we're facing in the organization, frankly, if you're not in union, is there's salary creep that is occurring where they're bunching up, and it just, so what we did was we applied essentially the same factor to move the acting chief's salary to be more commensurate for where that should be in the public safety lane and how we pay within this town. They are still essentially with stipends and other items factored in below counterparts within our own town. But they are certainly was the first step of trying to right that wrong and level that up and make sure that we could actually justify asking people to exit the union and move into new roles, which are very, very demanding. I think they know that they are on over the weekends and nights, and we have a lot to accomplish.
So to that point, the chiefs, both chiefs, fire and police, are that's a contractual agreement between the administration and the chiefs, and the captains sign contracts and work with in the police department. Usually that's a contractual thing that happens between HR and the first select person regarding contracts, not just unilaterally giving 10% increases, but those are contracts that are negotiated between the first selectman, and I think that's the way it should be across the board.
I just, hey Brenda, I don't feel comfortable talking about how HR matters, but if you want to propose a cut, I think you should do so at the right time.
No, I don't want to propose a cut. I just want to flag it that I think that in past practice, prior administrations, there is contracts that are negotiated between first select person and leaders in administrative roles that are not in a union.
Just
they should
be aware we have the same HR department that you
right, but they should be contracts. And I do want to just for the record also ask at some point, it's obviously sort of like the elephant in the room, but no one's discussing it. And I would like to ask that the Board of Selectmen schedule an executive session for us to discuss what the current status is of our chief who's been on administrative leave for a very long time. And no one knows why or what's going on. And it seemed really strange because I know he's still being paid, but it's not reflected in the budget. So I think it would be important for us as a board to have that discussion in executive session.
Yeah, that is fair. We could ask, the town attorney, what, I assume that would be okay, but let's clear it with him, and, as long as it is, then we should go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you. Should I say my spiel again?
Thank you, that was good.
Thank you, Roger, and
Good to see you, Karen.
Good to see you, Brenda, thank you.
excellent. Should we take a break? Would you, or wait, should we just get through, I mean, do we want to stay up there with Hydrant?
Hydrant, water.
Sure.
Yeah, why don't we get through we can let Kieran go and still go through his Hydrant.
Okay. Did Brenda leave or is she still here?
A break or is Brenda?
I think Brenda's on.
I'm still here. I was just gonna run and get a drink of water, excuse
Okay,
me.
I just didn't want to talk if you had left, I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead. I can hear you.
You want to get your water? I'll wait.
No, talk. I can hear you. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, thanks. So the next budget that we oversee in the fire department is the hydrant water budget, and what that entails is the rental of the of 14 million inch feet of water mains in the town and 1582, I believe, hydrants that we have here. As you know, the company Aquarian Services owns them and services the water main system, water distribution system, and we have to rent them. So each year we speak to them around budget time, but they're not ready with their final numbers. And in February, usually the first week of February, we get there. But they potentially will bill us for the next fiscal year. So based upon that, we asked for let's see, I think you probably have it.
We're at
Updated.
1825.
Yeah, so
Well, some actuals, but
it is based on their rental fees, but also then any surcharges or cert credits that happen through Pura. So, and that may change in the future because of the new restructuring of the entity.
Are you I mean, actually, we have not brought you into the Aquarian RWA, potential issues, but when we go testify at Pura, we probably should bring you along since you're one of the biggest users.
Absolutely.
Okay, and are you concerned, like, would your rates could be at risk depending, like everyone else's? There's no difference in the risk there, or do you have a special consideration with them?
No, I mean, we pay the bill and we just want to ensure that the water is there when we need it. And Aquarian as it is very cooperative. We speak with them often. We know all the principals there. And if we have concerns about water distribution, water, the amount, the volume, or pressures that we have in town, they listen to us and they prioritize a lot of their construction after speaking with us. We have some very good people there. I don't know if that'll change. You always worry about, anytime something like that changes, it could mean that, okay, no longer is, maybe it's a more for profit. I don't know. Right now, we do have Pura at least standing in between us and if it were an adversarial organization. So we just wish that that the quality of the distribution service and the service that they give us doesn't change.
Were you here when Aquarian used to go diverted water to Greenwich?
Yes.
Is that part of, like, were you involved in it?
No, they didn't ask us. It didn't really change our amount of water. We never had any concerns here. I think that's a question their engineers make when they, because I think the reservoir down in Greenwich, I think was underfilled, and they just used that, ran down the Merritt Parkway and refilled from the system up here, the dams up here, but it didn't adversely affect us in any way. I think, they have all their concerns about municipalities watering lawns and things like that affects their water supply and things like that. That's where all the critical things seem to show. Even during that recent drought, it didn't really change our water. They were concerned and we were concerned, because if it kept going down farther, but they did have enough supply that it never really showed its face to the fire department in an adverse way.
I do have to ask, what is an inch foot?
An inch foot. So it's a 3-dimensional, so inches and feet are just, 2-dimensional, so it's a 3-dimensional. Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions, Brenda?
Nice. Okay, should have had Elias answer that one.
No questions for Brenda, so I think we can, David.
Yeah, so next up is emergency management, page 127.
For the public's benefit, David Becker is our emergency management director. So that is why he is listed here. So yeah, go ahead.
So the budget generally for the sort of, I say, the meat of it is the same. We did move the regular payroll to the part-time line, which will be able to provide support as needed. We're transitioning away from splitting part of the fire department office staff as being billed directly out of here. Evaluating how much time was weighted in here was minimal, if any. And definitely as we look to update plans and sure that we're department functionally, we may need some amount of part-time dollars. We also, the biggest adjustment, sort of see, in here is that the transfers outline, which is 58950. That previously didn't exist within this budget. You'll see all the historicals carry over. But that's the FCRD, that's our 2/3 payment towards the FCRD. It was still living in the old ECC line from when we actually managed that full budget as its own department. So we are working to centralize some things from a budgeting standpoint, and we've looked at other emergency communication center type payments that affect all hazards, which is really what emergency management is. It affects all hazards in the town. So we simply moved it to this line, and that will allow us to sunset the old ECC budget, which basically was just showing zeros on all the prior lines. And that is moving up the wall, and we heard about that budget yesterday. So this is just our payment towards there. Otherwise, it is a very small budget. It's a catch-all for things like, again, all hazards. So the CMed payment and some other communications payments, instead of divvying them up into multiple budgets, we put them in the emergency management because they support all the other departments. So one other thing, not a cost item in the budget, but just a change in the way we're managing, just an emergency management function now, is and it really truly is a support function to all of public safety and all hazards that may affect the town. So previously, there was no direct representation by the police department in the core emergency manager staff. So we We now have one of the police captains designated as a deputy emergency management director, similar to how we have someone from fire who remains a deputy emergency management director. And that solidifies an important firm seat at that table, and also in that it is a first point of contact upwards and downwards from the state of Connecticut on many emergency management, homeland security related items. So having someone from law and fire as each as deputies is certainly an important step, and something that is not dissimilar to many communities, in our state of the country. So we did make that adjustment, but that's not financial, but we're certainly bring that up during budget as an important step forward for that department. And you have
Chief?
Oh, no,
yeah, and I don't know if you have anything on the CERT team, that's a main area, so Karen, does a fantastic job as working with CERT and some other functions.
Sorry.
Coming up this weekend.
Yes, so the CERT, it's a federal program which trains civilians to help us during emergencies, and they were so helpful during COVID for food distribution, phone answering to tell senior citizens how to get signed up for vaccinations, and they help man our shelters during storms and things like that. They direct traffic during main events. So pound for pound, they're like one of the greatest assets that we have in town. They're a vetted group. They're very dedicated. Once a month they have a training. I was there the other night with them, and they'll have training on all sorts of different things. They're like a can-do group. So there'll be some CERT initial training. It's a federal training program down in town at the Fire Training Center for the 5 Saturdays in March. So if anybody wants to, they still may be able to get in if they call the number on the town's website. But I once again commend their work, because it's just they're invaluable to this town for all the volunteer person hours that they contribute.
Thank you, sir. Should we, any questions or comments?
I just, so I'm just confused. Historically, and I don't know if it's a charter or what it is, but hasn't always the fire chief been the emergency management director? Isn't that like in the charter?
I don't
For as
believe
long
it's
as I can remember, it was always the chief. I'm wondering why Karen isn't the emergency management director as an interim. Because it usually is somebody with that, public safety background and certifications.
Brenda, do you want, should I email you the charter, or you just, yeah, it's not in there, but if you'd like.
But historically, I mean, whether it is or not, hasn't, I mean, as long as I've been living in the town, it's usually been the fire chief. I mean, am I wrong?
Well, how it's been done in the past in Fairfield, how it's done in other towns, how it's done in other states. I mean, they're all relevant. Just because, I mean, we are changing the way a lot of things are done in town, so I wouldn't necessarily think that if it's been done one way in town, it can be done a different way. So.
Best practices.
And I think that it's important just to hear Mr. Becker's just
Yeah,
background.
you should absolutely.
I mean, his background.
Well, your background and also
in
best
emergency
practices.
Well, I was
And
gonna
best
say,
practices just to.
I find that as a bit of a shot at me personally, frankly. My background, certifications, qualifications, including serving for 4 years as an emergency manager in another community. I think, and my resume's been, and all of the certifications listed out have been well distributed. It is actually emergency management comes out of civil preparedness statutes, which are really a pre 9/11 component that are post 9/11 been cleaned up and moved forward industry wide under the emergency management umbrella. Oftentimes, emergency management is actually one of the most overlooked areas, both financially support and how personnel are managed. That is a nationwide problem that in a lot of ways, certainly in some ways, as we've grown, suffered from. The idea of breaking that down is actually emergency managers, and the function of emergency management is often regarded as all hazards, all encompassing, and to simply put it, the glue that connects, holds together, and is able to support all of the functions. So having an emergency manager be a fire chief or a police chief, is actually something that most communities, as they are able to, are starting to move away from. Not all, and not always. A lot of it's based on size, complexity, and you will find communities across the country that are structured like us, making that shift over time. So it was oftentimes, and again, across the country, state, in some town, simply another title you had to hand to somebody. And the police department a lot of times isn't as ICS driven, so they have oftentimes funded to the fire department. And in that world, it has oftentimes gone to a fire chief as highest ranking. Emergency management actually knows no rank. It knows qualifications, background, and overall ability, and that is well documented. And certainly, be open to providing any additional information on that, post budget. But that's where EM is at in this town. So we're proud of the work we're doing.
It's not meant to be a shot at you, David. I'm just asking about our historical precedent in town.
Yeah, you're right about the history, definitely. And also from my experience when I joined, there was a frustration on my part, and this was before Chief Dunn took over, that emergency management reporting to me did not encompass all aspects of emergency management. It was too narrowly scoped, and that there were things that I wasn't being informed of that I should have been. So I think a better model, at least for me, is an emergency management director that sits above all of the various components: police, fire, health. Then coordinates with DEMIS and all that, so that I get a comprehensive picture of for me. And that's just a communications thing. I'm just telling you from my own personal experience, I was not getting a comprehensive view of all emergencies, all aspects of emergencies. It was too narrowly focused, and I'm finding that the communication levels have been phenomenal since Mr. Becker took that job. Not to say it wouldn't have been with Chief Dunn as well, but I'm just saying with Mr. Becker, it solved some of these issues that I was having.
Well, I would just speak from going through probably the worst emergency our town has ever faced, a global pandemic, and some of the worst storms that literally shut down 90% of our town. I thought our emergency management was handled very well and got us through some very difficult times. But
yeah, and you know what,
very different experiences. But I was just talking about the historical perspective, and that's all. That's really the end of it.
Yeah, and I think your experience actually is probably in situations like that with COVID, where you actually activate like the emergency management center, and you're meeting in the emergency management center. I'm sure that would have been well coordinated because everyone's in the same room. But most of the things I'm seeing, someone needs to be rescued off the top of a car because of a flood. Someone, all these different things that are not quite as extreme as what you went through. That communication was certainly lacking and has improved significantly. We don't often activate the center, as you know, and but once the center is activated, yeah, everyone's there, and the communication, I'm sure. I mean, I haven't been through it, but I'm sure the communication is pretty good at that point because everyone's sitting together. Okay, all right. Fire. Can we move on to the
So this is a somewhat self-supporting institution, because it has a dual purpose. It was built at state expense, and opened in, I think, 2017. So the state built it, but then handed it over to the town. And the reason for regional fire schools is that there's a state fire academy up in Windsor Locks, which is pretty far away, but departments can't do a lot of their daily training by going all the way up to Windsor Locks. So there's regional fire training schools to make it also convenient for volunteers to come at night into something that's geographically a bit closer. So as I said, this is dual purpose. It's a regional fire training school where state courses and other courses for volunteers and paid firefighters, career firefighters take place, but it's also the facility, the training facility for the Fairfield Fire Department. And we utilize that every day. Every day today, I heard the whole group of crews going down, on-duty crews going down, learning anything from refreshing their EMT to extrication training to live fire training in the burn building, bailout training in the tower, a classroom work of all sorts in very modern IT equipped Zoom rooms. So it's a great facility that we're very, very happy to have, and it's something that all of our counterparts in this Fairfield County coast, they just always tell us how lucky we are to have it. So I definitely echo that sentiment. So the revenue for that comes in a few different forms. It comes from a state grant of $127,500 from Connecticut. It comes from training fees, which are fees from coursework where individuals pay course fees, municipalities pay course fees, or organizations that maybe wants to rent the place out and use some of our instructors. For example, there's a yachting company which needs to teach its people how to keep their crew, their passengers safe on the boat. So they have to teach them medical training. They also have to teach them onboard firefighting. So we're able to provide instructors, and we make a little percentage of a profit, which helps keep the lights on. So we also get some money from the town of Fairfield in the fire department budget, very small amount. And so these are basically our sources of revenue. And I don't know if anyone has any particular questions. The operational side.
Is it all set? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna take a, what? Are you okay with the lunch break now? Or do you want to do a lunch?
Sure.
How long would you like this thing? Do you want to go?
A long agenda.
Why don't we come back at 12:30, if that's all right? Okay. All right, we'll see you at 12:30.
Christine, are you gonna have a chance to get lunch?
I know. Gonna
Should've
try.
Should have packed a brown bag.
Now we're back on.
Cool. Thank you. Brenda, are you ready to get started? Yes. All right. Okay, who's up next? That would be me. Okay. That would be, or that would be I. Okay. That is I.
Just get started.
All right, we're gonna get started. We're gonna get started. So we're going to the first selectman's office. Some things have moved around, some things have changed a little bit. So I think I think we'll go from here to where is administrative services. I think we should look at them together, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Brett, are you okay with moving administrative services together with first selectman's office? Okay, so for the first selectman's office, we have a couple of changes. One is we've moved let's start from the easiest one. The CCM, Connecticut Council of Municipalities, was under first selectman's office. We moved that to shared services, and that is because it's not my office that uses it. It's used by, should be used by every department in town. So that would be under education and memberships. That's the change of 38.8, and you'll see the offset under administrative services. For part-time payroll, the big change here is, although the dollar amount hasn't changed much, this is the communications director. I've moved her to full-time, although she was working close to a full-time schedule, sort of just under. So you won't see a big change in salary, but she was bumping up against full-time, and for a variety of reasons, we, she can't, for various reasons, can't work more than an allotted number of hours. And, just to get some more hours out of her, because there's a lot that she's doing, we've just converted her. So the change goes from, in the budget, goes from about 83 to 95. So it's a $12,000 difference. The change from the chief administrative officer, which now really should be labeled, and we'll change this, is it's now chief operating officer, but essentially similar kinds of, direct report to the first selectman. And this was already in place and had been discussed at length at the Board of Finance level. But that's about a $40,000 increase over the prior, the person who was a chief administrative officer. And chief of staff, the HR department, for certain key roles, several department heads came to, or a few, I should say, came to their budget meeting saying, my comp does not stack up to any other, towns, like, for, department head that has this level of responsibilities. And a few of our department heads brought their own comps. And so our human resources department, who was planning on doing this work anyway, to make sure that our department heads were appropriately compensated. We don't want to lose people to other towns because we've neglected to get them up to market. Also did that work, actually looked at what some of the department heads provided, did additional work, and incorporated the chief of staff into that work. And what came back was, yes, a few of our department heads were significantly underpaid versus comparable towns. And the chief of staff was probably the most underpaid of any chief of staff in comparable towns. So we have some salary adjustments in this budget. And they include the chief of staff and deputy chief of staff. So when all is said and done, the difference comes out to, in the budget comes out to 74,470 change, and that's 10%. Any questions? Yes, Brenda.
So, as far as the HR stuff done, that was work that we did and handed off to you regarding some of our department heads needed to be brought up. We did a ton of research, and I think some department heads absolutely deserve to be brought up to level. However, you know, some of these increases, like, you know, I got a couple questions. So when the position of CFO was being held and COO together, that makes sense for such a high salary, 170,000. But now when you go back to just one position, not doing the CFO and COO job, it's hard to, I think, justify a salary this high, you know, to taxpayers. I mean, that's a very large salary. That's more than the first selectman makes. I don't know how, that I think needs some explanation.
Yeah. Let me know when you want it. Yeah.
Should get a, you know, a raise. I thought my chief of staff should get one, but God forbid I had asked for that. I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten it. But these are, you know, these are pretty big. I also noticed that we're paying interns. I've been in government a long time. I worked in a congressional office, a state rep, you know, held that position. We never paid interns. Is there a reason why we're paying interns?
Yeah. You want to keep going, or should I answer?
No, just on that piece, just on your budget, I guess.
So on the few that you asked, I believe 3 questions. One would be COO, CFO, some department heads, chief of staff, and interns. So the interns, I'll start with, you know, that was driven by legal. And I think this may be relatively new, although it may have started, you know, this issue may have started while you were in office, that there is some a trend in government and, you know, and also in the private sector to not have unpaid interns. And, you know, there were some legal challenges to that. And I think our HR department and our lawyers agreed that in this day and age, you should have a formal agreement with, you know, probably minimum salary, minimum wage for interns, and that formalizes the relationship with the interns to make sure there's not like abuse. You know, I do agree that you could probably get unpaid interns and would have been perfectly happy to do that, but the advice that I got was that's no longer the norm.
So in the line bill, it says 16,354, but is that for cumulative for all the interns throughout the year?
We have different people coming in and out throughout the day. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Fairfield U student. Currently Fairfield U students.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you know that, you know, I do agree. You know, we in the old days probably would not have paid that, but and I do think there were paid interns when I got in office. I think you had someone from Fairfield U who was being paid, so I don't think it's a new thing necessarily. For the CFO and COO, those were based on market studies. And I was out in the market looking for a CFO, as you know, for 9 months. You know, there was no way that we saw, no path really to hiring a top-notch CFO for, you know, significantly less than we are paying. So that's just a market. It's not normal to have someone be COO and CFO. David Becker was willing to do that for less money because he wasn't, you know, he lived in town and he needed his time, but also, you know, initially worked for free. He came in and helped out for nothing. But in terms of going out in the market and hiring a CFO, this was the market. And a COO.
CFO or COO?
For both. For the CFO, our prior CFO, regardless of, you know, the pay for that position was very, very low. I believe the person who left is making, you know, in the range of what our current CFO is making. So the market is this range. We're not overpaying for that position.
No, I'm not questioning the CFO position. I'm wondering why we are continuing to pay $170,000 for one position when that was the argument for two positions.
I'm sorry, Brenda, could you repeat that?
We're not in the finance budget. I'm asking why we're paying the COO $170,000 when the argument was the two positions, you know, the argument was $170,000 for someone who was filling two roles. Now the individual is filling one role, but the salary has not changed.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think that's a mischaracterization of what. I don't think there was an argument that a combined CFO COO should make 170. I think the argument was that the person doing that, who's David Becker, was willing to do an additional role because he just volunteered to do that. But as an interim, and it took a lot longer than we expected. He did dual roles for a lot longer than we expected or hoped as we were trying to find somebody. But, you know, you had a CAO for, was it 130 something? And that was just significantly below market for that job. And so our, you know, our HR and our you know, my own market intelligence is that you would not, I mean, you cannot hire, you know, the right person for that job in the market for 130 something. 131,000, that the market for that job is probably, this is on the low end of what that job would pay, what we have currently. COO, chief of staff. Well, you said, you know, you would have loved to bring your chief of staff up to market. I am asking to bring my chief of staff up to market. The market is actually, this amount is at the low end of comparable towns. But that's what we're asking for, to be at market or in the range of market.
I understand. You know, when I had requested the CAO position during a Board of Finance transfer meeting, you know, I was told that the town needs to operate leanly, and I was lectured by Board of Finance members about that. So that's why, you know, my chief of staff took a low salary, knowing that it was, you know, public service, and why the CAO also did that, even though he had extensive experience in corporate and government and was a lawyer. But you know, adding the PR person, which is, you know, $100,000, and then giving a raise to the chief of staff, who's now not having to do the work of two people, you know, listen, it's supposed to be government, the budget's up by 35%. You know, you have to admit, listen, I think our department heads who are very qualified and are experts, but increasing this budget
Wait, I'm
By-
sorry, which budget's up by 35%?
for selectman's office.
It's 10%, right?
10% from last year, but it was up from last year. I'm talking about historically. That office ran with not a lot of staff, and people were serving in public service.
Listen, I'm with you, but I wouldn't say it's public service. I would say it was foolhardy. It led to some real issues in this town, and I was not one of the people who objected to your hiring a COO. I thought it was a good idea. So, you know, I can't really explain why you took grief for that, and I know people did give you grief for that. They were wrong. And the problem is that we have many people in some boards that would love to operate like a podunk town, and then we have oversight issues. We have fill pile scandals. We have MOUs for major construction, projects like Metro Center that give away, we've had a lot of issues over the year that it's very easy for various boards to cut staff, but, and like you did, and like I'm coming with what I think the appropriate level of staffing is to run like a legitimately well-run town. And you can always ask to cut it, but I'm not asking people, I don't think in a well-run town, it's sustainable to ask people to ask too many people to donate their time because they love the town. I think they need to get paid for real jobs. And I know you know this, so and I know that you've dealt with the backlash on this, and maybe there will be backlash, but what I say to that is there's always backlash, and quite often it's from a very narrow perspective. And what I think is that it's important to fill these important jobs with, regardless of whether you like the person doing it or don't, like the job itself deserves to be deserve to be paid at a market level. You're not really asking someone to come and volunteer their time to be, like as an elected official. I don't really care what my salary is. I'm not asking for more, and I don't care if people get paid more than me because I'm not doing it for the money. But I want to hire people that are professionals that essentially they're getting paid their value. So.
No, I agree, Bill. Listen, I made that argument for 4 years. I think we should hire comparable people who do a good job. I just think there's an expectation, that government really is a little bit different. And to raise up salaries so high, especially when you're adding additional salary, which means everybody is, not working as many, have that many responsibilities as they used to have, but still turned out. And I agree. The prior administration had their chief of staff cut. I thought that was a mistake as well. You cannot run a town without comparable staff, and mistakes get made. And mistakes sometimes get made because you personally as the leader don't care. And maybe it's not always to do with staff, but I'm just pointing it out. I've heard a lot about this since last year when the PR person was added. We're looking at, not fulfilling the request from the police department for their amount of staff. And we could have had added a fire inspector, which I think we need. There's things, there was a lot of discussion yesterday about austerity and telling nonprofits who do a lot of good work why we couldn't really come to the table with a little bit more. And, meanwhile, we're giving, $18,000, $30,000 raise, these are, significant amounts of raises. So, I think it's just about priorities and, trying to be lean in certain years, especially with, current inflation and obviously the education issue, that we knew was coming from the increased teacher salaries. So I just think that, I would have thought there would have been a little bit more of a restraint in increasing salaries too much this year, considering the big cuts in other areas that are reflected.
Christine, you had your hand raised?
If I was on the Board of Selectmen, Brenda, and you asked for an increase for your chief of staff salary, I would have approved it. I think that it's important that we fairly and properly compensate the people that work for us. Ran for the Board of Education, was concerned about how far we were falling behind with our teachers. So a teacher shortage there. We spent almost a year looking for a qualified CFO. You've shared when you first took office some of the challenges that you had in filling key positions. We are a growing town. Our needs across the board are growing, and we need skilled, competent people. They're not volunteers. They're here to work and support their families. And I think that we should be compensating them appropriately and fairly. And I think that these salaries are not at the high end of the comps. And I don't think that they're doing less work. I think that the roles, from my understanding, from just sitting in this seat for a year and what the first selectman has pointed out, that the chief of staff is taking on potentially different responsibilities than your chief of staff did, and that is not meant as a criticism at all. I think that you showed the community how important communication is, that our government communicates out what we're doing, what our priorities are, what our challenges are. It promotes civic engagement. I think we see that just from the work that Jackie did in your administration and to what Ms. Claire is doing right now as the communications director. And I think it's not PR is important, but it goes beyond public relations in terms of the work that she has done. It has increased, I think, the amount of people that have volunteered for boards and commissions. We have gotten some amazingly talented and qualified people to participate in our town government for free as volunteers, which is going to, I believe, push this town forward. And it addressed a lot of the issues that we have found that you tried to address, and COVID got in the way of moving a lot of things forward. That moved forward to Mr. Gerber, and he is trying to tighten up, which hopefully in the end will enable us to provide better services to our residents and be more responsible with their tax dollars. We've heard from numerous reports that there's just been a lot of waste. We have the whole fill pile, everything there, the lack of oversight there. So building more oversight, having people with professional background, the chief of staff, strong background in project management, working with people, I think that's important. And I think there's an opportunity cost of not properly compensating people. Then in the end, they end up costing the town more money. My tirade's over.
Well, I appreciate that, Christine. And I think this is something that I've never understood with boards. Sometimes it's very parochial to say, we're going to cut a position or cut an amount for a position. If without looking at the market comps, if you like the person who's in that job and think they're deserving of market, and if you don't pay them market, they will leave, right? So we've had a number of department heads, and like you said, Brenda, you were probably planning on doing some of this over time, getting some of the department heads up to market, because that if you don't pay them market, they will leave, and to lose some of our best people is number one. You put programs at risk, so there's a risk element to it if you have someone who's not capable doing a bigger job, and it's just penny wise and pound foolish, and not necessarily good for the town, but it plays well politically sometimes. So and that's why I never got involved when you were asking for this stuff, because I think I wasn't involved in the politics of that. I wasn't interested in the politics of that, as some other people have been, the people who cut the chief of staff role under the prior administration did, that was about personalities, that was political, that was just wrong. And it was, but then, under you, when you asked for a CAO, I thought that was a good idea. You did underpay, for that position, but you were trying to get a position filled that met a lot of resistance. So, and you found somebody who was a townsperson who was willing to do it on the cheap. But that's not good long-term for the town. You need people who are, very, very, who are qualified and, who are coming in at a market rate so that they can, perform at market. And I doubt we're not, from what I'm hearing, it's not like we're not aligned on this. You're just asking, in a tough year, why are we doing this? And my answer would be, the risk of not doing it to me is greater than the potential political fallout from doing the right thing. I feel like you did the same thing, so.
Can we go to administrative services?
Yeah.
So something jumped out at me, and I don't know if there's a simple explanation here, but fees and professional services went from
There is a simple
58.
explanation. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, page
There
28.
is this, there is this. So yeah, I wanted to go here next because
Okay.
if you take that out, that is the initial setup for Paycom plus the first year administrative contract. So that's going to go down. And the fact that it's here, I guess it's justifiable to put it in administrative services rather than like IT or something. It could be in IT, it could be
Or HR, I guess.
or
Yeah,
HR.
we felt this was an all encompassing, it's a supporting department as a whole. CCM had previously been under the first selectman's budget. It's now in here, just trying to replace things that affect the whole town.
Oh, is CCM included in this?
Yeah, CCM is the 38.8 at the bottom.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. So it's costing it's
It'll be what, 150?
$283,000.
No, it's the Paycom piece, which has been discussed previously at various boards, was gonna be a $150,000 amount. There's an additional $15,000 that's budgeted for the addition of the garnishments piece. So
Yeah,
that
you
comes out
should
to-
stop there. So we want to add a module for which is a garnishments module, which is currently being done by finance.
So just to understand, the system itself, Paycom, cost 223, and now we're adding.
No, 150,
The
but it's going up to 165.
The rest of that is the mail courier service. That's the base courier piece.
No, fees and professional services, it went from 58 to 223 to 283, and it says.
That's not all
changes-
Paycom.
Oh, it isn't?
No.
Oh, what is it?
The courier service.
How much is the courier service?
So we've budgeted the same amount of 58128 from the prior year for the courier service. It's the other driver in this budget.
So then all right, so the 165 is the true cost of a module or the actual Paycom?
Paycom and the margin.
Yeah, both.
It's everything.
It's all, it's the final
It's what?
number. It's both. It's the final number on the Paycom is the 165. The remainder is the mail service that the town has
So
had.
is that gonna be an annual fee, or is there an annual fee that goes along with this, or? What is it?
165. Yep.
Every single year, it's 165?
Yeah, they do. It's not just, the software, they do the work, including W-2s and things like that. Still working through the kinks on that.
So, okay, so we paid to put the thing in and now it's 165 a year to maintain it?
There was no real charge to put in, was there? No, it was not a installation fee system. It's
Any standing up would have, employees in the current fiscal year. So this is the ongoing, so we've now trued up the budget, so starting July 1, move forward number, this would be the move forward number. This current year, we're in a partial.
How is it working? I've been hearing some griping.
Oh, yeah, it's had its hiccups, but it's I probably not dissimilar to a lot of software implementations, but certainly there have been some hiccups in getting it in place. Right now, working through time and attendance, which requires a lot of behavioral change, people using the new sign-in system on their phones and things like that. The W-2s went out with an error in the healthcare component reported to the state for, I believe it's for Cadillac tax calculation purposes. So it didn't affect people's income, but had to be reissued because it only included the employee share of the healthcare costs, and it was supposed to be 100%. And whether or not, I think there's been some communication issues between, the people providing the files and Paycom. I believe they should have caught it, but these are things that should be worked out over the coming months. But then again, a soft implementation of any new system, I think it's to be expected. There are going to be hiccups. Whether this is worse than it should have been, I don't know.
It might be worth, I think you referenced Southington was the town that you checked with who had this system.
Yes.
But I recently heard that they got rid of Paycom. And I think that might be worth our town, whoever's in charge of Paycom, and I don't know who that is, or who's like running that, but maybe to reach out to find out why, if this is maybe a problem, we may.
I wasn't aware of that, but we can reach out.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, it might be worth checking with them. They might have some insight into some potential problems that we're gonna see. I don't know.
You may be referring to something else, but yeah, I'll look into that. Southington moved over to NetSuite, and I believe they went back to. But or to what?
No, we'll take a look.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Yes.
Is there any update on when the W-2s are going updated? We can wait till HR, I don't know.
Trying to get them out today.
I think they've yeah. Yeah. You just heard the update from Tom. They're trying to get them out today. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
So, do we have any follow-up other than Southington? Anything else? Okay. Well, if you have any more questions, let me know. You want to move on to project managers?
What page is that again?
150?
150, did you hear that?
Yeah.
So I'm going to kick this off. So Fairfield has how many hundreds of millions of dollars of projects on our list?
500 million.
$500 million of capital projects on our capital project list right now. What I observed as an RTM member for 10 years, sitting in on Board of Finance meetings, sitting in on Board of Selectmen meetings, was a real frustration on the part of, well, not just the town bodies, but also of residents who were expecting to get things done and to be informed of the progress. And then, on the part of the various bodies being told of changes in timelines, changes in amounts, sort of not in a very disciplined or organized way, and being blindsided by really big changes in numbers. And when we're talking about all these things, you know, $75,000 increases in my office, things like that, they're really just barely even noticeable in terms when you compare those amounts to the tens of millions of dollars we're dealing with on capital projects, and what a miscalculation or not following up with an agency in a timely way, or not, you know, really pushing back on a change order or things like that, where those can be $10 million, you know, issues. And we see them all the time. So I went out and I talked to people in the construction industry, and, you know, and I was told, guys, you don't have capital projects management people. You need project management people. It's not about engineers who do engineering and then do capital projects as individuals. You need a strong capital projects management team. That's what any professional, you know, well-run company would have, and that's what well-run municipalities have. Although it's rare in the municipal world for sure. But if, you know, in a large university, in large institutions, you have capital projects management people who know how to and keep very, very tight control on the process of large capital projects, from inception, all the way through completion, all of the change orders that happen in between inevitably, and also communication with stakeholders. Just not something this town, or many towns, is not unusual, but this town has not been good at that over the years. And it's caused a lot of angst and frustration and resentment. So what I decided to do was, because if you look at what our engineering group does, most of it ultimately was project management. Actual engineering functions was probably less than 5% of their workload, and like true engineering, you know, and design and things like that. So we have to be clear, though, that capital project managers, they come in different forms. By and large, what we're looking at is engineers. So it's refocusing engineers on disciplined project management. Then freeing up our engineers, and specifically we have three engineers, one who's a PE, but two engineers that are not PEs, freeing them up to do more value-added engineering work, so that they're not spending part of their time on design and most of their time on project management. So what we've asked Eli to do, and what he is heading up, a capital projects management team, and the results have been, I mean, they've blown away my expectations. You know, he did hire as one of his project managers, an architect, and a PE, certified engineer. Clearly, they probably easily could have both worked in similar positions within engineering, but we have separated out this group to focus on capital projects management. In multiple instances, and I can think of a couple right off the bat, you know, on a project, one of our capital projects management engineers has already paid for herself 2 times, or maybe even 3 times over, in terms of the work that she's putting in, that allows us to cut down on third parties doing some of that work. And then Eli himself has been able to find savings in change orders, and also in different ways of managing disposal of contaminated soil or polluted soil. That basically paid for his salary for the year and then some. So, you know, this is where the real savings are, and this is where the real ability to positively impact all stakeholders in town is it's in this is just a really high impact group. So yes, it is a separate box. It will be a separate box on the org chart, under DPW as well. But you know, you could mash those two boxes of engineering and capital projects management together, and just have people doing this work in the way that they're doing it. But for now, at least, we think it's more appropriate to have it as a separate box on the org chart where we are refocused, so that really we want everyone in town, every department head knows where to go when they are looking to do a project and need someone to lead that project. We had, you know, look, everyone does their best, but we had firemen working on capital projects in their firehouses, like on weekends, you know, because they might know construction, or maybe they'd worked as a carpenter and they were doing renovations or planning renovations. We had policemen who didn't have capital projects management experience, like planning out major renovations in police headquarters. We now have a capital projects management team where that's where you go if you want to get this stuff done professionally. We should not have fire chiefs and police chiefs going out and negotiating, you know, with construction companies and determining the best path forward and how to renovate their buildings. And so that is really, Eli has all of the responsibility for this. I would also say, you know, one area which has been discussed a lot is parks and recreation. And you know, Anthony, things happen for a reason, and I know it, but you know, I think there was some frustration on the part of several department heads in the past where they said, hey, I wanted to get this thing done, and there wasn't good responsiveness from the people that you would normally go to get it done. And so I'm just going to recreate this myself to make sure that I have control over it and can get it done. And this bit of sales job, you know, to people that we have to make in this group, to people like Anthony, people like Tim Bishop, who else? Anyone, the police and fire, they need to see it work, and I get that. So the proof is in the pudding for them, that when they need a renovation, when they need a building, a structure built, this group has to perform, and it has to actually perform in a way that hopefully net is better than what they would have had they hired their own person to do that work. So the pressure is on us. You know, this was my baby, but it's on Eli because he knows. You know, he's now got a lot of different people knocking on his door and asking him what's going on with this or that. But this is the way to do it. I understand the proof is in the pudding, and so far the feedback's been really positive. And even from engineering, where now they're being freed up, and I'm hearing, you know, from Bill Hurley in engineering, like, hey, $500 million worth of projects that we're doing, his day, to the extent that you can free his day up at all, I think for him that's a good thing. And so, like I said, proof's in the pudding. So far, we have not gone over budget or headcount in total. But you know, in full transparency, what that meant was taking people that were doing similar jobs in other parts of town, and they're now part of a capital projects management group. So, for example, Anthony had somebody who, if he needed a project done, he could turn to that person. He will have to turn to Eli now and his group. And I know I'll hear it from Anthony if that group is not responsive, but so far, so good, I hope. That's really what this is all about. And in the end, there's a benefit here financially as well, other than saving money and being more efficient and being better communicating and all that, which are all great positive things. But we can, from an accounting standpoint, and Tom Harris can chime in as well. From an accounting standpoint, we've run this through the accountants, and it makes a lot of sense that in the Board of Ed, for example, they go out and they hire a project manager, like someone from Colliers, that's part of bonding. And so as a project manager in Fairfield, for the amount of project management work that, you know, we need to work through the formulas for that and have a policy, but that work, it can be bonded, just like Colliers would be bonded for a Board of Ed construction project. So we can spread out the cost of the employees that are doing that work over the length of the bond, just like a Colliers would be. And finally, I'd like to say, this is public and you've heard me talk about this, but I do believe that the Board of Education will benefit greatly from this group. I think this is a level of project management expertise that clearly does not exist within the Board of Ed, because the proof of that is that they pay third parties to do that work. So when they're going out to Colliers and they're paying them a lot of money to manage a project, that is because that expertise does not reside in-house. There are more than cost issues when you go out and ask a third party to manage your projects. There are some inherent conflicts of interest as well that you can avoid by having in-house people. And any major firm will have in-house people that can manage projects because of the conflict of interest issue. When you go out to a third party, they can benefit financially by certain decisions that are made. They may make different decisions if they're in-house versus third party. They will sometimes get paid for a percentage of the project. There's an inherent incentive sometimes to okay a change order that increases the cost of the project. These are things that I believe this group is going to put us on a track to manage the $500 million of projects going into the future more effectively and more cost effectively, better communication, and it's going to pay for itself many times over. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eli. I know I went on for a long time, but this has been such a focus of mine, actually, from when I was campaigning all the way through now. This was something I knew that had to get done, and I was told by people who run multi-billion-dollar corporations, this really is a major shortcoming in Fairfield and other towns. So go ahead, Eli.
I think you said it all. Just to, echo what you were saying, Bill, and I appreciate that. We work with all departments, not just the engineering. It's WPCA, it's fire department, it's the police department, it's Parks and Rec, it's the library, DPW, conservation. So we try to stretch out and collaborate with as many departments, as we can. So in front of you is the budget that will be needed to successfully manage the capital projects. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question for you, because this keeps coming up. So Ray left in engineering, and Ray was an engineer, but not a PD. What does that mean? How are the people that work for you different than Ray?
Very good question. I wouldn't necessarily say there's a lot of differences, but the main difference is we are project managers. So we are, our experience is to manage consultants, to manage contractors, while engineering, if you're really an expert in engineering, we all have engineering degrees. Specifically, we have a PE on board. We also have an architect, a licensed architect within the group. But specifically, if you're a civil engineer, you're typically doing design work. You're sitting behind a computer, designing projects, looking at specs. And that's sort of a different expertise than
Ray design?
Ray did not. He did very little design.
What did Ray do? I thought he was a project.
He was almost acting as a project manager in a sense, because he was managing projects out in the field. And, it takes different expertise to do that. And the experience that we have is in the construction management world. where we've been able to manage consultants and contractors.
So, I've been hearing a lot about engineering is short a person, but in truth, that person has moved to a new group and doing work that we may have asked Ray to do. But I would also say personally, if there's a movement to replace Ray, I'm not going to stand in the way of that, because we can always use another project manager. With you have a couple hundred projects, you are still going to need resources, and if it's not in-house, I assume you are going to have to go outside to help bolster some of your capabilities. So to the extent we hire another project manager, if that's where this board or another board wanted to go, I will certainly not stand in the way of that.
Neither will I. I think we can use another project manager if if
And I
that's
don't,
what's-
even if it sits under, Bill Hurley, I mean, where that person sits, it's my belief that the discipline that you're creating is probably more effective. But, an engineer is an engineer in terms of being able to help, with projects. So. Any questions?
Listen, it's brand new. I don't think we should be adding anything until we know how it works. I did hear loud and clear from a, 34-year veteran engineer of our town who has handled a multitude of things. And has the confidence of many people in our community. He does a very good job. He says he needs another engineer in his department. And so, project management's great, but we need somebody to be helping with engineering work. And he said it yesterday. And I think it's a valuable and important thing when someone with that level of experience that none of us in this room have, he should be listened to. So I think that's an important piece. As far as the department goes, I'm still gonna say that I think the grants person, which I think should be cut back to half, considering what's happening on the federal level. And a risk management person should really be under the direction of our CFO, who has the professional, and is aware of the financial and legal compliance rules. I just think that's where they belong. The CFO has always been a very vital and important position in our town. And I don't think it's changed. CFO is a professional who has information about financial and legal complications, compliance rules. So, I would say that I think those things should be moved under the direction, and I still will. And I'll just remind everybody that we did discuss yesterday, and Christine had asked that we get an organizational chart on this. It's obviously, I think, important because of the changes that are happening, to get that sooner than later.
I would just want to, I would echo what you said, Brenda, about our head engineer, Bill Hurley. He's beloved and has done a wonderful job for the town. But I think there's some nuance behind what you just said in terms of resources. I think everyone in both these teams could use more people. Again, Bill, his team is not doing or has not been doing what you would call like civil engineering work as a large percentage of the time that they spend. They have historically spent most of their time on project management. So, there might be a little bit of time working with the designers for example, 150 Villa Avenue, but then a lot of time managing that project, through permitting, through working with the state DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers, and then just communicating with all the various stakeholders. So I think some people think that we're stealing an engineer from engineering and moving it to project management, but essentially we've just moved a project manager, which Ray was essentially managing projects, moving that to a group that is all managing projects. Where I will not argue with you that Bill could, we could add resources in both those groups. And we didn't do it this year. We just moved the headcount of a project manager to a project management group, where there are, it's an engineer, both are engineers. There's only one PE. Well, there's a PE in engineering, which is Bill, and everyone under him is an engineer, just not a PE. They didn't get that certification. Eli is an engineer. And he actually hired a PE, Bifada. So I don't look at it as shortchanging an engineer. I look at it as moving an engineer who's doing something to another group who's doing something else. But I will not argue that Bill could find work for another engineer. He certainly could, as could Eli. And that could be the way to go in the future.
I just have a question, just in terms of process and who's responsible. I think this is where the org chart, you have a project, there's going to be some pieces of that project that Bill maybe is the point person on, or are you going to be, is the project manager going to be the point person on everything? Mm-hmm. And when you're bringing in contractors, how does that reporting potentially go?
So
what it might look like?
Yeah, so outside of the engineering department, if there's any construction project that requires any design work, capital projects will be the point person. In engineering, we also collaborate with engineering. A lot of what we do, we ask them to look at drawings and give us their feedback, right? So a lot of the projects that are engineering, you're able to be the point person, but we're relying on them to be the subject matter experts. So we will be the point person in talking with the consultants and making sure the consultants stay on budget. But if we need to stay on budget and schedule, but if we need to rely on the engineering department for review, making sure we're meeting town standards, we will do that. But the project manager will be the point person for all collaborators.
There's an important, which I know there's an important aspect of this that can't be overlooked, which is complete streets work. Under Bill is Mega Jane, senior engineer, and Mega Jane is now our complete streets coordinator. And if you listen to the first Fairfield Traffic Authority meeting, you'll hear Mega say, I am going to design this project. And that, like, moving project management away from Mega frees her up to design projects. And that's, engineering design work. She is going to have her hands full. And she, instead of always going out, I'm sure there will be projects where she won't feel comfortable doing it yet. But, ultimately the goal is for, Mega to be like, a world expert on designing, she's very bright, so I'm sure she can get there in designing these street safety projects, which is a great career path for her, but also it's going to save the town a ton of money, because going outside, first of all, it takes time and money to go outside and have all these street projects designed. So she will actually be able to design those projects. Once she designs a project, she can then turn that project over, and then there's a decision, well, we now have someone who we've hired that can actually do the construction for many of these projects. So like the Reading Road Roundabout, that was their foray into actually doing the construction work. Mega designed it and DPW constructed it. Like, they didn't have to go outside for that, which made it faster and cheaper. And so it's going to if for the projects where we can do that, it's going to save a ton of money and time. And so there may be, hopefully, a point where, Meg will design a project, either turn it over to the capital projects well, either way, she should turn it over to capital projects management with a decision as to whether or not DPW, specifically James Carney, who has led the last project, feels that he can do the construction work on the project. But either way, they still need a project manager. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking more of not necessarily projects that are in-house, but we've got, huge tie gates and, that's going to require oversight, I would imagine, by engineering as well as the project management side. And I think there needs to be just a clear communication with contractors on who ultimately is responsible for making what decision. And I guess I'm still, being that it's new, just trying to understand that. And when things are going out for the RFP, I'm assuming that there's certain services now that we won't be bidding out. And I think that maybe it might be helpful not to create more work, but like, as we go out for new projects, maybe just highlight the project management side of it, that now we are bringing in-house. So people have a better understanding of what you do and the value add and the potential cost savings moving forward.
Thank you. I think that was something that came up a little bit yesterday, but the hope is to get the engineering department to be able to get back to some of that core mission. And it's putting like things with like things, which we're hoping ultimately will generate savings in that manner.
Yeah, and I think that in terms of just the other department heads, again, just flow of information and getting that, Anthony has a problem with the field, he goes to you, or does it just, that piece of it, I would just encourage everybody, make sure that you're on the same page on that, so nothing just falls through the cracks because you thought that he was doing it and, the finger pointing that sometimes happens when someone else thinks someone else is responsible. And for the school side of it, I don't want to go down that road. I think that you guys can be a resource, but with schools construction projects, there is that whole state funding piece of it, which adds a whole other layer that I will entrust you to be working out with the school district, who has their own project managers in-house as well for certain things. Right, so excited to see it, move forward and wish you, lots of luck.
Thank you.
For, something that's new and exciting.
We appreciate
Glad
it.
you, is it big, are you sleeping at night? Knowing that Anthony's gonna.
No, I appreciate your trust and support in making this come together.
You're very good at communicating, and your team has been very good at communicating from what I can see, and I think it's been helpful. Any other questions? Thanks, Ann. Hey.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eli. Next, Jim and Emmeline.
Starting off on page 34 and then we'll move to page 32.
If I could just, not to complicate the matter on project management, just another important role that Bill and his team play for us is they review private application drainage reports. So it's very important for our commission and the public to have confidence that the engineering department has reviewed the private applications that come in for the drainage reports so that they can know that the town's had eyes on it. We're not solely relying on the applicant's engineer. So that's another critical role that Bill and his team play for us.
Right, and to the extent he feels that his manpower to do that has been diminished, then that would be.
Yeah, I just want to put that out there, that that's maybe not a role that everybody sees, but it's a critical role that our liaison with the engineering department is critical for the planning function.
I appreciate that.
So, planning and zoning budget, I'll start with, I know some department heads earlier this morning started with revenue, so I'll start there. Like others, I've used a 3-year average for our revenues, but what's important to note, and it's in the budget summary, what's not shown up in this revenue account is the 3-year average of $360,000 per year that we take in inclusionary zoning fees that support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So you don't see that anywhere in the budget, so it's important to point that out. With respect to the overall budget, we've had a couple of line item increases that add up to about $1,300 all in, $700 for large format printer paper, a bump in $500 in postage for a large annual mailing that we have to do for the FEMA CRS program, and then $150 for increased cost for office supplies. I know it was late in the game, and I sent you an email yesterday afternoon while you guys were all in session here. We did get a bill, an invoice yesterday for $4,900 for a court transcript. And we've had 2 court cases this year, in the transcripts for which are, because it seems that our public hearing process is taking multiple nights, 3 and 4 nights. And so the cost of those court transcripts that are required when somebody appeals a TPZ decision is really skyrocketed. So those 2 appeals alone, transcripts for $4,100 and $4,500, which pretty much blows the $9,000 we have set aside for that amount. Because we are in kind of unprecedented territory and volume of certain applications, I suspect that we are going to be at least $5,000 or $10,000 in the red on that account for this present fiscal year. So going forward for fiscal year 26, even though I did not project an increase because when we were putting this together, snapshot view looked like we were going to be able to maintain course. But given the workload that the commission is seeing and the likely event that we will likely see some more appeals, we should probably consider bumping up that fees and professional services line item that I did not include an additional cost for. So I would say probably at least another $5,000 to $10,000, just because we are obligated whether it's the 2, we can't win, right? If the planning and zoning commission approves an application, we get an appeal from aggrieved neighbors, and when they deny an application, we sometimes get an appeal from the applicant. So it's really a no-win situation we find ourselves in. So in the fact of the matter is, some of these contentious hearings are taking 3 and 4 nights, so therefore the cost of the transcripts is more than double what it used to be, because it's just taking longer to get through the process.
So are you gonna come to us with an amount or?
Well, it's kind of I can't project a precise amount. As I tried to say in the email, we've been adding $1,000 for the last couple of years. In fiscal year 23, we finished up $2,300 in the red, and in fiscal year 24, we ended up $5,200 in the black. Fiscal year 25, like I said, we're probably going to be at least $5,000 to $10,000 in the red. But projecting what that's going to be for fiscal year 26, it's an inexact science, but if we're going to be 5 to 10K over, we might want to consider a similar amount for fiscal year 26. And this is very late breaking information for me, so I didn't have it in the original projection.
Some of this is driven by the rush for 8-30G applications.
In part, the 2 appeals that we had were not 8-30G. The $4,100 was a 3-night public hearing for a daycare facility on Hillside Road. The $4,900 was for Portia, which was a 4-night public hearing. We just received an appeal for the commission's approval of the Tungus Hill 8-30G. So that's going to be probably that was a 4-night extravaganza. So that's going to be another $4,500 probably. And with what we've got in the hopper coming up, I suspect at least another 2 or 3 appeals. Some of which will hit us this fiscal year, some will carry over to next.
So Jim, do you think it's probably a good idea to put maybe 10 or 20 grand into an account to pay for these long hearings?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't know whether that should be solely in the TPZ budget, whether that could be in some other line item somewhere in the legal budget. I mean, it is a fact, it's part of the legal process that we have to pay for these court transcripts. So whether it resides in the TPZ budget or somewhere else in the budget, it just needs to be accounted for.
We should talk to Phil about that.
Yeah, I mean, if that could
Whether
be
he
something you
decided-
can supplement or subsume within the legal budget, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me where it lives.
But I'm sorry, Brenda, were you asking
I have that.
whether we should have like a sinking fund for the, like a perpetual?
No, I'm just saying, ask Jim if what he thought, was it 10 or 20 grand? And I think the CFO should probably talk to the town attorney and figure out, I mean, we have to account for it. He just, Jim just told us that we're getting whacked for these legal, these things we have to get. We have to pay for it somewhere, so somebody figure out where to put it.
Jim emailed this week, and I've got it in our budgeted cleanup items to propose for next week. All right. And we'll work with Tom, legal, and Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted, like I said, it doesn't necessarily need to live in the TPZ budget. I just need to put it on everybody's radar that this is something that's blown up on us and it's likely gonna get worse before it gets better. With respect to the ZBA budget, which is next, there's no change proposed in that budget. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Any questions?
Brenda, I don't know if this information got to you yet or not, but most of the people in this room know that I'm intending to retire in April. So this is my last budget that I'm going to present to this board. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
Oh, well, I'm very happy that you don't have to do this anymore. God bless you. But you're obviously going to be that's a huge loss for the town of Fairfield. Oh, Jim, well, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but it's been my honor to serve this town.
Well, you've done it with distinction and grace, a lot of grace.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I have a lot I want to say about that, but before we go there, because a couple quick questions. I'm sorry, on storage of your documents and digitizing, and I know Emmeline would love to move stuff out of file cabinets. Is there enough in the budget for that, or anything in the budget?
Well, we have had the benefit of working with the public schools community partnership program that bring young people into our office to get some vocational training. And what we've been having them do under the tutelage of Jody Kirgianis in our office is scanning material. Our big thing is going forward, and I credit Jody for this, is we are digitizing present applications and got the approval from the state to allow us not to maintain hard copy of applications going forward, that we have digitized and people submit now online and they're cataloged on our website. Challenge for us is going backwards in scanning some of the material that we need to maintain. Not so much because most of our applications are a 10-year type of retention, but we're trying to call out land surveys, which is a critical thing when people are real estate people and homeowners say, hey, do you guys have a copy of survey of my property on file? So we're trying to scan all that in. A lot of that is happening through, like I said, this public schools community partnership program, which is a win-win for us because it doesn't cost us anything and it gives these young people some really great vocational training. I think the bigger picture cost-wise might be for storage issues longer term for stuff that we absolutely have to keep. We have more filing cabinets than we need or want, but it's just a matter of systematically scanning that stuff. And I know some years ago, Brenda's team tried to quantify how many drawers of material we all had and how much that would cost to bring in a third-party outside agency to scan all that. So I think that's really a cost that's more of a system-wide expense rather than being reflected in any particular department budget.
We want to mention reiterating the tax cards as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of information that we have in multiple agencies. It can be digitized and stored. We're the repository. We keep them for historical look back on old tax assessors field cards that taking up some space, that those could easily be scanned and stored digitally. So it's an ongoing process, but you know, if we could shut down for a couple of months and do nothing but scanning stuff, that would be great. We could, but
In terms of the NFI, you know, the FEMA program, I know Emmeline spends a lot of her time on that. Does that have peaks and valleys in terms of the workload, or like, do you renew every, how many years?
Emmeline can speak to this more directly, but yes, there's an annual renewal process that usually happens around this. I know Emmeline recently presented to this board for the update on that, but I'll let the experts speak.
Right, thank you. So it's part of our everyday workload, to be honest, like reviewing projects, making sure that the proposed new construction is compliant with the standards that NFIP provides to us to make sure that they meet those construction requirements. For the CRS renewal, every year it's a 5-year cycle. And so that 5th year, it's a lot of work to do the recertification. In between those 5 years, it's kind of like a mini recertification with a lot less on the plate that you have to do, but
You're doing the 5-year now, right?
no, that's next year.
Oh, next year, okay.
Next year. So this year, you know, every year when we come before you with the list of projects, when we have to do what's included in our budget, which is a mailing to about 2,000 households within Fairfield, that are generally a buffer around the competitive loss properties within the community, as well as a mailing to realtors, lenders, and there's a third
Builders?
one. No, it's like insurance. So that's part of what we have to do annually, but the big one's gonna be coming up next year.
Just to give you an order of magnitude on that, we've got an invoice from, and we've built, the cost of postage is going up, but an invoice from the 31st of January when we do the mass mail was $1,800 for 1,900 pieces that went out.
So for the public, that's the National Flood Insurance Program.
Correct. It's
Community service rating system. That allows our people.
We do things that earn enough credit points to go above and beyond the standard. Right now, our flood insurance holders are enjoying a 10% premium discount for that effort.
And you sort of maintain the flood zone maps, right? Or
we do. The flood zone maps are promulgated by FEMA, but it's our responsibility to regulate to them.
So how many years have you been here, Tim?
38 and a half.
38 and a half years, which you
I was born here.
Have to be the longest. You have to be the longest serving zoning, because Devonshire was.
Well, he was a director many years. I've only been the plan director for 8 years. I've been here for 38 years, but only the last 8 of those as a department.
Oh, I thought he was only here 33 years, but maybe he was director.
He was director for way more years than I've been director. Right. I've been here for 38, but only 8 of those as a department head.
And in the meantime, well, first of all, your department's reputation is amazing, and every time I talk to someone who has wanted to put in a commercial building, or and I can tell you the guys who put in a listed brewing company think you're like, you and Mark, and your group are like the bee's knees. I keep hearing positive things about you and your group, and the fact that you hired Emmeline was part of why you're a great manager. You've developed a really good team, and I just think I've never heard anyone who's wanted to come in here, and I kind of view you and Mark at Barnhart as sort of a team, because I always hear people when I go to a ribbon cutting, they always pull me aside and say, your people are awesome. And I'd love to say, oh yeah, it was all me, I hired them, but of course I had nothing to do with it. But I will take any compliment I can get. And it's always you, your team, and Mark and his team. And that's why people are moving here to work and to build businesses. So, I hear bad things about other things, but not about you guys. So I just want to thank you for all your years. We're going to have plenty of time to do this.
We will. I appreciate that. I'm very proud of the team that I have backing me up. It is a great team. And I'm very, very pleased that I think I have a really capable and obvious successor to step into my shoes upon my departure, and I'm very proud of them. But thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Anything else? So that's zoning. Now we have, is Tim here or are we gonna switch?
He's
He always just comes in, right?
lurking in the vestibule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mark has to leave by 2:45 and you were just lurking in the hallway, but should we call you back or Mark? Yeah,
You
Are
okay
you
to
sure?
go and then we'll jump to.
I'm fine with shuffling.
Go ahead, go ahead, Tim.
All right,
You're a man of few words, I'm sure it'll be clear.
I try. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Select. I guess the procedure's been to start with revenue, so I'll keep that going. And since Jim echoed it, I will also echo comments that my department collaborates with engineering on every wetlands application for their engineering expertise as well, so it is a collaborative effort. Under conservation with 4 revenue projected increase of 25%, roughly 25% between this current fiscal year and next year. I say this all the time, but a lot of it is a lot of our revenue changes and fluctuates with the economy and what people decide to do for projects. This revenue or our department revenue is really driven on wetlands permits. And they're like it shows that they're on page 44, that there are 2 types of permits. One is a staff level over the counter type of permit for less complicated or less potentially impactful projects. And then the IWP commission level permit goes to the Inland Wetland Agency. So those numbers there were on track to exceed 300,000 between those 2 permits in revenue for FY26, whereas FY25 we're at just under 250,000. Again, looking back, we could see that there was a couple spikes up and down, and that's just how it's been. Again, driven just on what people decide that we have no control over. Large projects at the universities versus how many pools residents are putting in, things of that nature. One thing that is a change that I will note along those lines with permitting is violations. I started tracking violations. You see on page 43. Since I've been here, there has been an increase of wetlands violations. And the reason why I mention that is because those violations most often carry 2 times the original permit fee penalty that went into our revised fee schedule in calendar year July of 23. So that does account for some of the revenue and some of the significant violations. Doubled can exceed $15,000 to $20,000. So much like the fluctuation in issued permits, there's also fluctuation in violations. And also to point out the 380,000 in revenue under FY24 is really likely to some larger projects and some of the legacy permits and fees related to historic permits that were still active in collecting fees under the old fee regime. Jump back to page 43, and that just shows some of the statistics with a look back to 2018 of the CWC, which is the staff level permit total count issued. IWP, which goes before the agency, and I could
get to Shellfish and totals and violations as well. Jumping to page 45 on expenses. There's a few things on here to note. Regular payroll is the most significant change in dollars at a little over 55,000, and a 7.91% change increase due to salaries. I think the Bill described that under the first selectman's office section. Do you need me to elaborate that at all? Okay.
Unless someone is asking, I think everyone will get that.
A $4,000 increase in rental and storage, up from $1,000. That is related to rental. That request is stemming from a rental of equipment. Recently rented a piece of equipment for mowing meadows and restoring meadows, and that was at a cost of almost $5,000 a month. So clearly the $1,000 budget line was way too small. And towards the bottom, I made the request to shift $2,000 out of special department supplies to postage for issue we heard from a previous department with mailing related to permit applications. That seems to be between violations and permit applications and contacts with the public. Our mailing has volume has increased. Should I open it to any questions on conservation?
Sure.
I also have Shellfish, which.
Sure. Any questions on conservation? I mean, I do have one question, more just for the public's benefit. I know you're very concerned about wetlands, invasive species in wetlands, particularly the Phragmites, and also you're extremely worried. Well, maybe that's the wrong word. Worried about the Phragmites in the wetlands because it's a fire hazard, right?
Correct.
And also concerned about the dunes and the invasive species on the dunes. And, you know, I don't know if, at least on the dunes, at some point you may want help to, or you may want like interns or some help actually doing the work to restore the dunes. It's something you've talked about.
Yeah, it has. It's been on my radar to, especially from the kayak rack at Jennings to up and down that section of the beach, is ecologically dysfunctional, and I think this town should have an attractive and functional dune that's native species and not invasive, and I think that would be a good candidate for a grant. Again, when we have unfrozen grant funding from the feds, I think it'll be a significant project where that typical require some community involvement and collaboration with homeowners associations on Fairfield Beach and other groups, community groups.
I forgot that you were thinking grant, so that's why you don't have funding for that. You're not requesting. Correct.
And also to your point with the tidal marsh between Reef and Roland Road north of Fairfield.
So you had talked about possibly having that cut, and you were going to get a quote. That could happen in this fiscal year.
That could. It's the mowing and kind of preliminary analysis ahead of a grant application is minimal cost for my operating budget.
Okay. There's David Becker, who grew up here, tells me stories about smoldering fires that lasted all summer long on those wetlands, and obviously, you know, we would be more than happy to back any effort to make sure that doesn't happen. So,
absolutely,
yeah. Okay, yeah. You want to move on to any questions? Yeah.
Just the Sturgis property in terms of next steps for that property and what department.
Status update. Just a general status update on.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have a budget for that for this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
For this current year or for next, is there budget impact for next year? I guess I'm asking, and where.
I mean, I would say right now we're staying on track with all of our vendors. it doesn't appear that anything's happening probably to the general public, but behind the scenes, I've been in contact with UI, who's gonna be scheduling, relocating the 2 utility poles along Sturgis Road. Retained a contractor to explore the sewer connection line in the street, which will work on internally connecting the facility to sewer and then eliminating the non-permitted septic system that's been active. And that's coming, just as soon as the ground's not frozen. So maybe in the next week or so, that exploration will occur. And also last week, building maintenance and I met with the architect who has a executed contract and is beginning to develop plans for code compliance and ADA access, and general interior modifications. So all those things with, the ADA bathrooms and ramps and things are all in the works. There's just nothing to show for it if you drove by right now.
And you're running point on this, but you do have a member of the capital projects team, sort of part of your working group.
Yes.
I think actually I've seen a lot of nice progress on that, and now you can actually turn around in the parking lot and all that. So
Yeah, things are happening. Like I said, we've already met with an Eagle Scout. We're working on an Eagle Scout project for April in the back that will be sort of an outdoor, I'll use the term amphitheater, but something similar for outdoor instruction in the back of the facility that's scheduled for April. So there is a lot happening. It'll continue to progress and make more progress towards a formal opening.
yeah, so exciting. Any questions, Brenda? All good?
Good.
Move on to Shellfish.
Shellfish Commission, as you can see on page 48, the budget remains flat and unchanged. Pretty easy, a small budget. Any questions on that?
Like the graphic.
Yeah.
Added a
Did you do that?
cartoon clam, yes, with Michelle's help.
Always appreciate that, going through this budget book. It's like,
Can't recall, is your commission, yeah, okay, the secretarial is here. Your fees and professional services, does that include the water testing services for when you have to close down clamming and you test quarterly or monthly at each of the shellfish bed areas?
Yeah, there's a frequency and a specific need to test, we call it meat samples.
Does that
Those
depend
go
on
through lab.
rain or
They do.
storms? Yeah. But do you actually run that program, or does the commission
The commission
contact?
does that.
Okay. And then the people that come in and test, are we paying for that, or is that part of a state?
I think that's part of the state.
Right, okay.
I'd have to confirm with the chair,
I
but
guess the last thing
not
is,
out of pocket.
are you gonna get involved in all that sand that's been dumped off Southport Harbor, and they wanna establish?
yeah, thinking of the oyster.
Yeah,
bed.
they wanna establish an oyster bed there, like, will the commission play a central role in that, or is that really the state or federal government?
The commission has discussed it
Okay,
with the possibilities of whether it be viable or not.
you'll need like divers for that, right? Or-
Yeah, that would be, I'd have to check whether it's lies in the commercial beds and whose
Okay.
bed it is.
Okay.
But yeah, that wouldn't be, it wouldn't
wouldn't be-
fall in the recreational permitting. That would fall under commercial, which currently the town and the Shellfish Commission do not issue any commercial harvest permits.
Okay, so this could be our first commercial harvest permit if it
In
works.
theory, yeah.
But does other town like Westport, do they have commercial, do you know, or?
Other towns have commercial beds.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with whether they issue permits for harvesting.
Are the commercial beds really for environmental purposes, or do they actually make money off of them?
Well, yeah, it would have to be large enough and you know, the density would have to be high enough for it to be profitable.
Okay.
That's why they'll measure it in acreage,
Yeah,
the land, so.
so we're not gonna fund a new school off of.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless they're loaded with pearls, then.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm good. Any questions, Brenda or Shellfish?
I'm good.
All right, well, we're half hour. You knew he'd be quick, right?
I hope so.
Great.
It's just saying, thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
I hope I'll be quick too, so.
You're gonna, it's be a little harder for you.
All right, good.
How's it going, man?
Going great. Mark Barnhart, Director of Community Economic Development. I think the budget is on page 61, if I'm not mistaken. The biggest change here is the inclusion. I mean, I think this past year, we stood up 2 independent boards and commissions, the Fair Rent Commission, which is required under state statute for communities over 25,000 population, as well as the Arts Commission, both of which this office, my office, provides staff support, along with the Affordable Housing Committee and Economic Development Commission. And I think this time last year, we had a conversation about what the financial impact on my office might be in terms of operations and whether we had sufficient resources in place to support those efforts. And I think the board had the foresight to push me to include some additional funds within the fees and professional services account to offset those costs. And while we didn't bring somebody on as an independent contractor, we did use those funds to hire a part-time housing specialist. And so that's a long way of saying that this budget includes funding to continue that position. It's a part-time position. The position is responsible for doing compliance monitoring of our affordable housing inventory and reporting to the state. Obviously, working to implement and enforce our fair housing and fair rent obligations. Also assisting with our housing rehab program, including marketing and outreach to prospective applicants and working through that process. And it's been very helpful, obviously, to have Tom Ivers, who has a lot of experience in this realm, on board. He did a lot of work to complete our interim application for housing completion or moratorium application to the state, filling in the gaps, dotting the i's and crossing the t's, so to speak. So I can't thank the board enough for, again, providing some resources, and hopefully that would continue in the upcoming year. That increase in that part-time payroll is offset by somewhat of a reduction in the fees and professional to more normal, what we've historically been looking at to support our other operations. And then the other big change is obviously with respect to the Arts Commission. We have a very active board that's been doing work. Obviously, we requested consideration for to support their efforts. They did a workshop back in April of last year. We got a great turnout. Got a lot of feedback on things that we can be doing to support arts and cultural activities. We did submit our cultural district application to the state this past December, which is currently under review, and we're doing a site visit in early March with respect to that application. So we expect, and we certainly hope that that application will be approved. But in the area of public arts, for example, we could easily use the funds that have been set aside here for a single project. Although I think what we would want to do is try to use these funds and leverage other means of support, whether that's grants or philanthropic support, private donations. I think it's very important that we have some seed dollars to support the commission's efforts. So those are the two major changes here. Be happy to talk through any other questions the board may have with respect to the budget request, but for many years, it's been a very modest change year over year. We've kind of kept the same things in place, but we think this is obviously increasing the resources is warranted, certainly given the increased responsibilities of the office. So thank you again for your support.
I'll just start off. Again, you heard what I said about you, so I wasn't talking behind your back. You're doing a marvelous job. Everyone thinks so. Can you just talk your structure, other than having the part-time person, which I believe he is, Tom? Tom is also helping you with the Fair Rent Commission.
Correct.
Yeah. And then those working for you are have been promoted, right?
Yes. So the salary line does reflect a reclassification of those two positions. They're now within the professional bargaining unit, and that contract was settled. Obviously, there were back pay associated with both positions to the extent they were in those positions previously. So I think that's I have two positions in my office, only one of which, besides myself, hits the general fund budget. That's the marketing position, marketing and business outreach position. But the other grants coordinator position is fully funded, at least in terms of the salary, out of the community development block grant. Hopefully that will continue. But things are a little uncertain in Washington, but that position is fully funded out of that grant.
Is there, I actually haven't heard about that one. Is there are you here?
I haven't heard anything otherwise. I mean, we've gotten every indication that CDBG program will continue, and we're planning accordingly. But that there's always a risk that either funding is reduced or, for one reason or other, Fairfield's no longer considered an entitlement community. So we'll have to just wait and see.
Any questions? Brenda, comments?
No, thank you, Mark, for all that you do.
I'm sure you can find at least one or two people that definitely don't like what I'm doing, so.
I've been looking, haven't come across.
I have not.
A lot of
I
events.
don't know, a few people call my office
A lot of
occasionally.
events that
Have,
you've been at, so everyone
know,
seems pretty happy with your department.
Well, this thing with the Fair Rent Commission, I'm sure you get both sides of those.
We actually have. The one case that's on appeal is an appeal by the tenant. I think the commission tried to split the baby in half.
Yeah.
They made a decision what they thought was fair and reasonable. And the tenant didn't agree with the decision, where they tried to come right down and compromise right in the middle. And so that's the only case that's in housing court on appeal is from a tenant.
There was some initial volume, right? But are you seeing the volume die down?
We get a lot of inquiries. Some of those end up being complaints. We try to head a lot of those off, and that's where Tom comes in. A lot of it is informal mediation between the parties, which is trying to resolve those things before we go to a formal hearing. So last year, I think we had 7 formal complaints. I think only 3 of which went to the commission for a hearing. So again, the funnel is big at the top, and we get down to the act. And when you get to a formal hearing, it's a full-blown, judicial, semi-judicial. It's not quite that level of formality in terms of rules of evidence, but it's you have people that are providing testimony and entering exhibits, and so it's a full-blown hearing. And legal notice requirements associated with that. So we want to try to head those things off and see if we can broker a compromise if we can. And that's where having an additional part-time person in the office is really helpful. Because we get a lot of questions as to what my rights are, and we're just trying to answer those questions and also again try to mediate that conflict as best we can. So
And now if we get the 8-30G moratorium, but you have, you've got a really good group of people on the Affordable Housing Committee, and you also have a grant, right? You're working with some consultants.
Yeah, it's a technical assistance grant from the Fairfield County Center for Housing Opportunity. And it doesn't involve any money, but they're basically providing some additional technical support resources, staff resources to us to assist the committee with trying to workshop or brainstorm ideas around best practices to create so-called missing middle housing, the lower density housing that people generally are looking for that fits better into neighborhoods. So, we're through that process. We're also, as I mentioned before, our obligation is not just to get the projects completed, but then we have to monitor them. And, similar to what the health department does and goes out and does rental inspections, we have to get compliance reports. We review them to make sure they are meeting their obligations, and then we report that information to the state. And the more units we have that are deed restricted, the more our workload obviously picks up in conjunction with that. But we also are carefully monitoring those that are in the pipeline, because our expectation would be that we have enough projects in development that we might hopefully be able to extend that moratorium period beyond the 4 years to a subsequent moratorium application that we'll need to prepare and submit, but that would give us, another 5 years beyond that, assuming we meet the requirements.
I know, like you're putting some effort into trying to, look at, workforce housing, and are you also looking at potential for senior housing? Because I know folks like on your Affordable Housing Commission would like to see senior housing options.
Yeah, we're coordinating with Julie DeMarco and her group in terms of age-friendly Fairfield, and one of those prongs is looking at senior housing options. We think we have a number of options. Obviously, we'd like to augment them, but even the work that the commission did to liberalize or provide more flexibility around creating accessory dwelling units is very helpful to provide additional options for people to age in place and cover the cost of staying in Fairfield. So we like to have a full range of housing options to people as they go through their lives, and hopefully, they can remain in Fairfield throughout and find housing to suit their lifestyle at any point in time. So that's what we're hoping to do.
What are you seeing? Are you still meeting? Do you see the same level of interest from people who are looking, businesses looking to move here, developers looking to develop? Is there any change?
No, Fairfield has and I think you spoke to it earlier, Brenda, as well, with planning and zoning. I think again, it's a very collaborative team that we have in place here. I think Fairfield has a very good reputation from a land use standpoint, from a development standpoint. As a community as a whole, it's a good place to invest, to run a business. So we don't have a shortage of interest from developers or businesses looking for sites or with which to expand. Obviously, it needs to make sense from their bottom line. Because this part of the country is not cheap. It's not inexpensive to do business in. But that said, I think the biggest issue that we run into is just a lack of available developable property. And some of that, we can see sites that we think could be redeveloped that are underutilized currently, but we don't own or control them. So that's part of the frustration too. We're working with private property owners that may have a different motivation or different time frame or idea as to what the highest and best use for their site is. We have to be respectful of their private property rights, but we're certainly working with them all the time. If they're looking to develop their site, we're trying to marry them up with folks who are looking to do something positive in return. So again, Fairfield has a great reputation. We want to keep it that way.
So I remember you talking about this at a presentation or a meeting, but I wonder, would you ever consider, do you have the capacity or do you already if, like, work with planning and say, Fairfield lacks this, they could really use this. I'm gonna go out and survey everyone who might provide this, in the country and see if we can convince them to come here. Like, is that something that your office does, identify holes in services or and then go out and find people? Because it seems like your office is pretty small to do that, but
It is. I would say that for the most part, this is not uncommon that we're more reacting or responding to requests for service. There are situations where we have sites where the property owner has indicated, hey, the site's available, will you help me identify potential end users, developers for this? Then we can be more proactive in that regard. And so we have done some marketing. I'm just not sure from a business standpoint that it's a high return on that investment, because marketing to businesses to relocate here doesn't necessarily translate into additional dollars for the town. If I'm bringing them in from out of state, may translate into additional tax dollars to the state, but not necessarily to the town unless it results in some construction or building additions. Those are really the ways in which we meaningfully grow our grand list. So we have done some, I'd like to get back to that, which is part of the reason, again, why we're looking for some additional resources in the housing front to kind of offload some of that responsibility. But from a land use perspective, the biggest issue we have right now, and I know planning and zoning and the commission is well aware of it, is we really need to complete our work on the plan of conservation development. Because that is what I use and what planning and zoning staff use to market our community. We can then provide a greater degree of clarity and certainty to a developer. This is what the community wants as expressed in our plan of conservation development. Without that, we're just kind of guessing, and we're also kind of reacting to what developers are submitting in the way of applications. And I think, the planning function is always under-resourced and underappreciated. And I think we need to spend more time doing more planning and figuring out, again, I think we've put in place a process, we've had good community involvement in that. We just need to finalize that plan so that we have, our blueprint for how we would like to see the community develop going forward for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions, anyone? Thanks, Mark.
Bill, I just want to mention that, we do have quite a few more items, some deep items.
Translating, Bill, speed it up and stop talking.
Yeah, I just figured you'd know all this stuff. You talk to these people every day.
I do. I do a lot really for the I don't know if the not that
nobody signed on, Bill.
Not that the public actually watches this, but
nobody watches our meetings. It's quite
but I'd love the public to be aware of what Mark does, and it's not just the obvious things. There's a lot of stuff that he does that people don't know about, and it's a habit of trying to get more information out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, I'm gonna stop. People know what our library.
I'll just pinch him when he's just.
All right, I know people know what the libraries do, although they don't know everything. So.
Brenda, I promise to make this quick.
Oh yeah, you least of all.
I get it.
You love talking about the library. Don't encourage him, Bill.
No, the libraries, you gotta give Scott free rein.
I'm watching you, Scott.
I'm gonna try to make it quick. So if we are looking at revenue, which is on page 170, you'll see a modest increase of about 1.39%. You'll also see some creation of lines. I think this is a little bit more honest and telling of our budget, like 41141, which is public library grant. This is all of the money we get from the state. All $1,400 from the state. So we just kind of created some new lines and moved some things around, but in the end, we're probably gonna make about $900 extra next year once we change the fee structure for the rental of rooms. And then when we move to our budget and we look at the main library, and the story is pretty much the same for both the main library and the Woods branch. Contractual obligations to increase pay. You will see a $9,000 increase in part-time line. This is so that we are open 2 extra hours on Saturday. Our hope is to be open from 10 to 5 on Saturday instead of 12 to 5. Besides parking, our Saturday hours have been the #1 complaint we've received. So we're hoping to fix that. There are some things moved around, of course, longevity, pay differential and overtime. Our overtime was zeroed out, but we do pay overtime for weekend hours, so that's a little bit more of an honest telling of how we're spending our money. Slight $5,000 increase in fees and professional service, that's taking in mind in ILS and things that the new ILS and things we will need to put in place with that. Other than that, the other increase, of course, is cleaning and janitorial supplies. It's $1,000. More people in the door means more toilet paper. Educational and memberships, every association is now asking for more money when it comes to memberships. And travel and meetings has gone up $1,500. We're just, it's important to remember that the library serves the entire state. That's by state regulations. So we are very involved. My vast staff are very involved. The Connecticut Library Association, Connecticut Library Consortium, and just different meetings around the area. Other than that, same thing with Woods, pretty much the same story, an increase in regular payroll due to contractual obligations, an increase in part-time payroll so that we can be open on Saturdays in the morning. That's it. That's my budget.
The teen library moved from.
Wow, Scott, I think that was like a new record.
Thank you.
Well, yeah,
I've done this
it's
enough
the
times.
easiest library budget I've ever
So
seen.
impressed, Scott.
Yeah.
And we know so much about the library from approving your contracts.
I love the library.
Yeah. The teen librarian
It's true.
was transferred from Maine to Woods, right?
Yes, they were always meant for Woods.
Just,
Shifted.
It was just how the budget was.
Yeah, I will compliment the staff. The person who's currently in the position of budget director has done a really good job of helping us clean up some lines that we've been requesting changes on for the last few years.
Talking about Michelle,
Yes, so that was really appreciated. She was.
called her an angel yesterday. I actually forgot.
And we loved Frank too, but she's been a real great person to work with. So
19 years at the Board of Ed.
yeah, she knows what she's doing, without a doubt.
I'm not gonna ask any questions because I don't want to get hit.
Pinched.
But Jan's here. Can you want to say anything? It's such the easiest library budget I've seen ever. So I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Any new, like just anything last year in terms of patrons aside from parking, requests for new things or are you
Well,
seeing?
there is a capital outlay ask in this, and that's because the bathrooms at the main library, we have the bathrooms on the first floor, which are gender specific and they have stalls. It's in need of a polish. The grout, since day one, all I've heard about is the grout and needing to redo those floors or clean those floors up. So that's a big one. I think Saturday hours, like I said, it's probably the second highest complaint over parking. I think that's really gonna make some of our constituents really, really happy. I'm in the building, I'm at the building on Saturdays when I work on Saturdays at like 10 in the morning, and there are people at the door lining up, people walking up to the hours and being disappointed walking away. So it's something I really think we need to do.
Yeah, start the day. Thank you.
I'm trying to think of something, but.
No, you don't have to. We've got a
Can I
bunch of
just put
meetings
a
in the
plug in
future.
for One Book, One Town?
Yes, we're both in town.
And I'm actually not done it yet, but I'm gonna finish it.
It's my favorite book of last year. So the mixed reviews, but that's why we picked the books that we do.
Any questions or comments?
Nope, you do a great job, Scott.
Thanks,
Scott, you are awesome.
Thank you.
And your enthusiasm makes me want to read more.
Good.
Whereas Jen, she's not even saying anything today.
And I love following your pizza adventures. You
Yeah,
are
it's
quite, you're quite the connoisseur.
We need to go up to the quiet corner, but that's a hard one. There's not a lot of good pizza that we've been finding up there.
Well, I like your enthusiasm.
Thanks so much, Scott. And it's the Anthony Calabrese Show now. So before we start, okay. So it's very important that first of all, we have an amazing Parks and Recreation Director who provides programming that every kid in this town wants to be a part of. Every parent, probably, whatever religion they are, they thank God for it, for a place for their kids to go. They can go out to dinner and or just participate themselves in town activities with their kids. And so I've made an announcement recently, but I'm going to say this now, that Anthony is taking on a greater role, greater responsibilities, where he will be Parks and Recreation and Human Services will report to, or are reporting to Anthony. Anthony will designate a replacement, at least on an interim basis, for a replacement for Parks and Rec Director, who will then report to Anthony in this capacity. And Human Services, Julie DeMarco, will report to Anthony. Is that you've already been meeting and sort of working through the details. What I definitely see is with Anthony in that role is more programming and more collaboration on youth services, which, I think it's no secret there's been a struggle to sort of coordinate all the various components of youth services, what you see in other towns between the schools and Parks and Rec and Juvenile Review Board and police and all the other, and Fairfield Cares, and all these aspects that want to be involved in youth services and need to be brought together and collaborate a fair amount more. And you do see that in many other towns under an umbrella, and Anthony's now going to be at the point of that umbrella and wanted to do that and was enthusiastic about it. And also programming at the senior center. I mean, no one comes up with more ideas for programming than Anthony. And so we might expect to see, some more programming with, Brenda does a wonderful job. And now she's got another person to bounce ideas off of. The other thing, which I know I'm front running a little bit of a future, not too distant future thing that we're going to be facing, is the Turner Center, the Army site, will be coming to the town. I know everyone thinks we've been saying this for years, but we are getting much closer. The environmental has been completed. We are in the. We've actually done. James Ryan went in with an LEP. A lot of remediation is going to happen inside that site to get rid of the asbestos, PCBs, and all that. All that has to happen. It has to be funded. I think we're prepared to fund that. And then I believe Anthony's going to be a key voice in what that should look like. Going forward. We have an obligation to the federal government. It's written into the law that it'll be used for recreational activities. So we, knowing that, then who better to have on as the key person in how that thing ultimately plays out than the person who's been in Parks and Recreation for most of his career. There will have to be, I hope there will also be a human services element of that. So Anthony's going to be uniquely positioned to help, collaborate and lead that effort. So anyway, congratulations, Anthony, and thank you for agreeing to take that on.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I think it's going to be great for our residents. I'm looking forward to it. So I'm going to jump into Penfield numbers. Penfield revenues, where we're going to start. On page 178, So Penfield Pavilion will be reopened as of July 1. It'll be open way before that, but this budget starts July 1, so you'll see that that's how I am calculating numbers here. So we're anticipating having a full season of locker rentals, so we're estimating about $25,000 there. The concession has to go out to bid still, but market value has typically been around 40,000. So with that, again, is the number we're carrying at the moment. Jackie Durrell rentals, anticipating with a slight fee increase, a little bit more revenue, but that's about 150 events at Jackie Durrell. And then with Penfield 1, the main building being reopened, again, we are anticipating around 150 events, which translates to approximately 460,000. So yeah, you see a huge jump in revenue here, but it's because the building is opening up. I'm gonna move on to.
Well, before you move on, everything go well with your first event?
Everything went well. So the site's not actually open yet to the public, so made things a little difficult with the construction fencing being down, with the general public coming into the site throughout the day. And we kind of had a warmer weekend for February, so that didn't necessarily help. But yes, the event itself actually went very well.
No complaints? No requests for refund?
There were, no, not at this time. All right, moving on to the expense part. Overall, our expenses are increasing here in this budget 52%. But again, all of this is due to the building reopening. So we captured all our expenses for Jackie Durrell and then added in the payroll, seasonal payroll, part-time payroll for our attendants and our locker attendants and maintenance staff. You'll see the utilities are going up again because the building is open. Cleaning goes up because there's the bigger building is now open again, and our special department supplies has to go up because we need to be able to have the supplies to run different types of events and programs there. So happy to take any questions on Penfield. Yes.
RTM members want to have the RTM budget here. I'm just.
We can move them back there. It's not, I mean, it's still a great building.
I've heard that 100 times. Any questions, Christine? And any questions on Penfield? Okay, do you want to move on to
Recreation? Yep, recreation will be the next one. Revenue for recreation is on page 183. Second. All right, so recreation revenue, we are looking at, the first line on there is miscellaneous. We get some things from parks in there. That's where people rent construction horses, picnic tables, garbage cans, things of that nature. So that's the account that those go into. So we went with the 3-year average there. Our swim lessons, we're estimating 10,000 in revenue. That's our best estimate. Again, we were close to that last year. 2 years ago, we exceeded that. So again, going with our best estimate. Programming, we're comfortable at the $140,000 mark, so we kept that. The tennis concession, that's our indoor tennis bubble, 114,000. That is a source document. That's a bid, long-term lease there, so we know that number. Burr Mansion, with increased rates, again, we are estimating about $150,000 in revenue. We are only still planning about 36 events there. It's one a weekend throughout the wedding season. And then our field rentals, we went with 265,000. We've been around that, not quite our 3-year average, but a number that we feel comfortable with. We've been losing a lot of field rentals to groups becoming resident groups. An example of this would be the Gaelic club, the hurling club that just came in. They used to rent space from us. Again, not a large ticket number, but they came before the Parks and Rec Commission because they're 100% residents and requested to be a recognized group, which means they pay a much lower rate. They pay a per player rate to get their field space. So any questions on the revenues?
So you haven't lost bookings on fields, but you've lost revenue because of the fee structure.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question from,
Now, the turf field.
Yep.
Done, how is that factoring into your projections for just field rentals? Cause looking.
We
talking
assume,
about Ludlow?
yeah, we're assuming that we're not picking up additional field rentals, we believe that we'll be spreading them out. This upcoming year is what we think. Next budget, we'll probably have a better idea if there's gonna be a demand for that. But we have so much internal demand currently with our user groups that it'd be hard for us to get additional field rentals. Example of youth football, Fairfield Youth Football or Fairfield Youth Lacrosse. They have their 600 players, no matter what, they're paying $25 a head, no matter how many fields they're using. Right, so it's primarily outside groups that are renting. So if we bring in somebody wants to run a tournament, lacrosse tournament for the weekend, they're gonna pay $150 an hour. Those are we get a lot of those in the summer. But again, we're not planning on picking up any additional tournaments or anything this fiscal year.
The fast tournament's not coming back? Or?
Hasn't been back in a few years. Yeah, it fizzled out right after COVID.
That was kind of a.
It used to be about 110 teams they would bring in. Yeah.
But with okay, they went somewhere else or?
No.
Oh.
No, they're not running it at all.
Oh, okay.
It kept downsizing. It went from 110 teams and like a dozen fields down to half of that, and then half of that. And yeah, we've been to I think 2 years now. I believe that they haven't run. So I'll move on to the expenses. Those are on page 184 for recreation. This houses all our administrative staff. So our programming staff is in here. So that's the regular payroll line. Other than that, the other driver of this is fees and professional services. And there's a $10,000 increase there. Fees and professional services make up our Memorial Day parade expenses, our firework expenses, and our concert, a few of our concerts. It's not all our concerts. About $18,000 worth of concerts. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Not part of this, but so for capital projects, you have plans for each of our parks. Is there a plan this year for any specific projects that are on the capital? I can't recall.
Yeah, we have several projects on the capital planning schedule for this upcoming year. The Adaptive Rec Center at Grasmere is a large ticket item that will be hopefully presenting for funding. A playground that goes with the Adaptive Center will be presented separately because we're looking at acquiring a grant for that one. Rugby Park Playground is going to be replaced, or at least will be on the schedule to be replaced. And then the Veterans Park tennis courts are also scheduled to be replaced this year with post-tension concrete, like we've been doing with pretty much every one of our tennis courts. So those are our capital projects we're looking at for this year.
Any questions, Brenda?
Not about this, but about the reorganization that you were speaking about earlier. I guess my first question would be, what was behind the decision to make this organizational change?
When you say organizational change, or I mean really a reporting structure change, like both these departments are in the charter, which actually dictated some of the way the reporting structure changed. Maybe would I have liked to had flexibility to make an organizational change? I mean, whether or not I would have is irrelevant because we have a charter which requires a separate Parks and Rec department, and we have a Human Services Director in the charter. So so I can run through the reasons, but there shouldn't be a real budget impact on that, but you just want to know why it did it, or?
Well, I think there is a budget impact because if you're creating a new position for Anthony to oversee his department and now oversee the Human Services Department, that's a different position, and then someone's gonna slot into Anthony's position.
That's an existing employee, so there is no impact in this budget. Whether there's an impact in future budgets, I don't know, it'll depend, but this budget, we're promoting, Anthony will promote one of his employees.
So that'll be a permanent, we no longer will have an assistant director, that will go away?
Well, in the budget, for this coming year, that is, what's budgeted for, so whether it's a permanent change, we have to see how it goes, but
But I mean, as far as the budget goes, right, so we're talking about the budget. In the budget, it says there's a salary line for an assistant director and then the director of recreation. Is that no longer, this is reflective of the fiscal 26, then the assistant director position should be eliminated because that person's moving into the director position, and then the position of Anthony with a new title and whatever salary that is should be reflected in the budget.
Yeah, so Anthony's, that salary has been increased significantly, which, and Anthony will, but you're right, from your, and that's why I wasn't quite ready to put an org chart in. If a new org chart will show Anthony on above Parks and Rec and Human Services, but it won't show more people and it won't show changes in salaries.
Right, so I mean,
So
let's
you're
get
talking
bottom
about-
line, the budget's supposed to reflect what's gonna happen and it should be reflected in this page, so the assistant director should be gone. For 26, Anthony is the new, whatever the position title is, and then, an explanation of what that means. So I
Right, so you're talking
imagine,
about organizationally or,
well, even in your budget, right, so if you're changing. I mean, listen, Anthony deserved a bump in his salary regardless if he gets a new title or not, he was
we're doing your
underpaid.
performance review.
He was
But,
underpaid for years, and we had, shared that information with you, the department heads we thought needed a bump, or they could potentially be pulled away to a different town because they do a good work and they're not being paid enough. I don't really understand what drives having someone overseeing Julie DeMarco. I mean, I'm assuming now she's no longer a department head.
Oh, no. So she is still the department head for Human Services, and we need to have a department head for Parks and Rec, and Anthony will name that person of his staff. But and Anthony will, we're not increasing staff in this budget, but the reasons for doing this are, I thought I explained them. I did my best to explain them. We need someone to coordinate the creation or improvement of youth services. And I think we have much more, we have opportunities for programming that Anthony can bring to the table for working with Brenda Steele.
So just to, I mean.
I'm not demoting anyone.
No, I understand. I just for, listen, for accounting purposes, right? I mean, the budget should reflect 123,951 removal of a position for the FY 26 budget, because that's your proposal.
No, it'll be, that's not going away in terms of dollars. But
is the name just gonna change?
The name will change once that,
So then we are adding ahead. We are.
As with many of these adjustments that we've spoken about through the process, the discussions about things in the current year, one of the biggest things that we have focused on is where possible to make adjustments in some roles and titling, but to ensure that we are as careful as we can about increasing the overall headcount. The intent here is not to change the overall headcount. So there may be some titling adjustments, And we're looking between the, you know, the two departments and how to do that. But the goal is not to increase the overall headcount.
I think one way to put it for some of these changes that I'm making is to try to break down silos where silos exist. And I've felt that there have been silos in several departments, and I'll continue to try to do that, to get people working together where maybe they didn't feel they had to before.
Right,
So-
I'm just trying to understand the numbers because aside from that, are we somebody in Anthony's current department, if you look at page 185, there's a list of the staff, very plain. Someone in that staff, I'm assuming the assistant director, is gonna move into Anthony's director position. That's what you said, right?
Well, let's say that happens.
You
What
said it was
changes
gonna
on-
happen.
Let's say that happens, that an assistant director becomes a director or an interim director. The headcount doesn't change, the salary is not gonna change. And
Right, the
so-
head count wouldn't change if you eliminate the assistant director position. The head count does change if you keep.
Oh, I see the way you're,
And pay for it, then Anthony's position is
Oh,
a point.
but that's geography, so.
No, it's math.
No, it's geography.
The
It's geography.
called.
It's geography, and so if we take this position and move it out of Parks and Rec and it moves somewhere else, like
Moves
in my
where?
office, it's a position reporting to me.
So can I
Wait, can I just finish for 1 sec? So, you know, if I'm telling you, I mean, you understand that we're not increasing headcount, right?
No,
Okay, I'm not increasing headcount. So whether this job position is under Parks and Rec or whether I move it to the first selectman's office, I'm not increasing headcount. This is what what you've been asking for. This is an org chart change.
right.
I'm
but
not
Bill-
increasing
Bill,
headcount.
Bill, honestly, I'm not trying to be difficult here. This is simple math. Whether you add Anthony back on top of Parks and Rec, if you add him to Human Services, if you add him to your office, wherever you put him, it's another head. If you're not eliminating somewhere, somebody else.
No, I don't understand that. I'm saying I'm moving someone who's in Parks and Rec above and whether it's in my office, and then if the assistant is then moved up, or you change the name of the assistant, and yeah, you would move that up.
And you wouldn't hire a new
And I'm not
assistant.
hiring a new assistant.
Yes.
That's what I was
So-
asking. Are you going to not
Well,
hire a new assistant?
I'm sorry, I thought I was answering you by saying I
Can
am not increasing headcount,
So
so.
what I would just say to that is that no one really ever complained about the Park and Rec department. As a matter of fact, they get some of the best compliments in the town. They run very well. Anthony does a lot of stuff. And frankly, I thought he worked well with all the departments. Everybody loves Anthony and he's always willing to pitch in anywhere and vice versa. But I think if you take a guy like Anthony, who's really great, and he's no longer the director, and I'm not saying the new person wouldn't be great, but the assistant director was there for a reason. They were supporting Anthony because he was doing so many things. So you're going to, I think, kind of handicap the Park and Rec department in a way if you don't keep the assistant director, honestly. So I just don't see what's going on here. I never, listen, I served there for 4 years. I got a lot of complaints, let me tell you. But I never got a complaint about our senior center, about our human services department, or really a legitimate complaint about our Park and Rec department. So I don't know I don't get it.
Christine,
I mean, I don't take this as being driven by criticism. I take it being the exact opposite, in that Anthony just seems to have so much energy and there's so much success in his department. And I think just our senior center, I mean, Brenda Steele is doing an amazing job, but I think that there's opportunities there for more programming for our seniors, maybe in the evening, maximize that center, especially we're a few years past COVID and seniors are getting out more, that I just kind of see Anthony bringing some of his sparkle to the senior center. And for youth services, I think that, you know, from putting my Fairfield Cares co-chair hat on, that has been something that the coalition, I think has seen a need for. We had a strategic planning last spring, seeing the role that Cares plays and really seeing the need in this community for a more robust youth services program. Youth services already rests under Parks and Recreation, so it's really just building up that piece of it. And I think that part of building up the youth services department would be bringing in some of those human services, kids that might be at risk for struggling. There's the recreation piece of it, and then there's just providing supports and being a resource for families for other services that youth might need that are outside of the recreation realm. So I see Anthony taking that human services piece with this new role, and maybe I don't know if there's a job description for this yet, but that might be helpful also as this moves down through the other boards in the next couple months to kind of put it on paper.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think you need a job description, 100%. But
Yes, David.
at the same time, listen, I mean, we haven't invested much. There hasn't been recent investments in the senior center building. I don't know how you're going to add programming. The building really needs more work. It needs, we need to do some things there. I just, we added a social service person from our police department to help with the youth service bureau. I mean, we did a lot of things to help with that. I think Anthony would be great. I just think that the recreation department will suffer losing an additional staff person there to help with the amount of programming they do. They do a tremendous amount of programming, and our community absolutely loves it. And I'm not saying
You get no pushback from me. No pushback from me on that. David, do you want to say?
The only comment just on some of the headcount pieces, as this does involve employees, in some instances it may involve interviewing and whatnot, and some of them are bargaining units. That's part of the reason that until some of these things are settled, it is not as simple as building a budget book that potentially zeroes a position out or a title or things like that. So I would just wanted to caution the board on sort of waiting.
I agree with you. Some of it's a little uncomfortable, and I would if you were moving on, because I hear your concerns, but the way I view this is the way if I were coaching a team, a football team or whatever, running anything, you identify sort of people that can take on more responsibility, and you need to let them have more responsibility. And it's not I mean, obviously you do it because of the job that they do in their positions. Not necessarily a knock on anyone else, but Anthony's purview has been narrower, and I feel it should be wider. And I think a lot of good things are going to come out of it. The area where I've never gotten or not gotten legitimate what I felt were really legitimate criticisms of Parks and Rec or with the senior center, but have gotten a lot of feedback, not so positive feedback about youth services, in fact, of actually not having a coordinated youth services department. And so not that any of the individual services were lacking. Jessica Bloomberg is incredible, but she is acting in one capacity. When you look around at other towns, there are coordinated youth services that we have not achieved that here. And so for whatever reason, and I think, part of Anthony actually wants to be in charge of youth services. So that's a start, right? I think a lot of good things are going to come out of that. And so some of this is just breaking down silos. And I think he's the right guy to do it. So anyway,
but I think
you've had your performance review. I'm sure it's a little
Anthony would be good at anything and handling anything. He's very, very talented young man.
And I don't think,
But I'll have to tell you, I think I had two
I mean,
people
where's like-
complain, about not enough youth services in my 10 years as a state rep and 4 years. So I just don't get it. But listen, it's
Okay.
not me, but at the end of the
you are,
day,
you're entitled.
at the end of
to
the
not
day,
get
we are obligated to the public to show what is going on. Although this has been so much fun, sitting through budget meetings is for transparency and accountability and doing our jobs as elected officials. And while nobody is watching this right now, and may not watch it ever, they're gonna ask at some point, or they may go back and say, hey, what's going on? Or, oh, gee whiz, my tax bill went up a lot and I don't even know what's going on. So listen, the bottom line is we have to be transparent. You wanna say that you don't want people to know what you're doing, but that's what a budget is, right? A budget is a document that says, this is what the priorities are. Here's what the money that I'm investing in those priorities. And this is my budget. And here are all the details of my budget that any citizen who pays taxes, or even citizens who don't, can take a look at it and understand what's going on with their
Okay.
taxable dollars. That's it.
Okay.
And I think an
I
org chart
hear-
would be good with this as well.
I agree with everything you said about the importance of these meetings. I think what Mr. Becker was saying was like, we want to make sure we don't cross the line in terms of things that might get us into trouble with unions or anything like that. But so in terms of that, and that was a caution. I'm not saying that you did. So.
Well, and if anything I said was not speaking for what was happening, am I just trying to get clarity on what this is gonna look like as well?
Okay, should we move on?
Yes.
Okay, Anthony.
All right, waterfront budget, page 188, we'll talk about revenues. Pretty straightforward here. Beach stickers, we went with our 3-year average. Beach parking, again, 3-year average, and then our Jennings Beach concession is currently under bid, so we know what that number is. Any questions about our revenue? Okay. We'll move on to the expenses. Our waterfront expenses, this is all driven by seasonal payroll. Seasonal payroll includes all our lifeguards, parking attendants, pretty much those are the two things that it makes up. It's a lot of about 95 lifeguards and 40-something parking attendants. But everything else we kept flatlined, and happy to answer any questions. Okay. Moving on next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Concessions. There was a question that you had whether was it the state or the American Society for the Blind?
Yeah. So we carry that concession in our Penfield budget.
Yeah.
We budgeted $40,000 because again, that's what the going rate has been, the market value has been. The state has expressed interest in walking the facility, so we're gonna try to get them in there in the next couple of weeks so they can make a decision. I think their meeting, the state has a meeting once a month, so their commission actually has to vote on whether or not they would even want to do it. I think it's the middle of March, so we'd want to get them in so we get a decision from them by the middle of March as opposed to the middle of April.
But those are supposed to be market rates, right?
Supposed to be. Supposed to be market rate.
All right, cool. You ready to move on or?
Well, you guys are.
All right, let's do it.
All right, Marina is the next one. Marina revenues, you will see some increases here, about 16% increase overall. Boat dockage, those are our slips. We have an increase of almost 21%, $125,000. And that's because our Parks and Rec Commission voted to increase our marina rates, which we hadn't done since, I believe, 2019. So that was long overdue. They did bring that up to what we consider market rate based on the comps from the surrounding towns that have municipal marinas. Slight increase in our storage. And then the other ones are our kayak racks and sailboats, and those for the most part stayed status quo. And then our gas dock concession, this goes to the point that we were just speaking about. This is run by the state of Connecticut, I'm gonna butcher whatever their name is, but the Group for the Blind. And you can see the year before, our concessionaire was paying $3,700, and that was what we kept in the budget. Then they came in with their bid, and it's actually at $2,500. So they came in slightly under, but again, in this instance, it's not a large dollar amount. You know, when we're talking $40,000 or $50,000, it obviously would be different. We'll move on to the expenses for the marina. Here, this is all driven by regular payroll, which was, I believe, a settled contract for that union. So everything else we kept flatlined.
Shout out for Justin, how everyone likes Justin.
Love Justin.
Justin does a fantastic job, and I will be sure to pass that on to him.
Okay.
Any questions on Marina?
The only question I would have is capital outlay. You know, when I walk the marina and I see the frog hooks, sometimes I get a little nervous.
So we included 20,000 for capital outlay, and that was cut at the table, I believe. So it didn't make this budget. Tom,
did you cut? I didn't cut. That was for just
we had 20,000 in there for software, a new software system.
Oh, it was for software, not for frog hooks.
We
Not frog hooks.
we did reduce the 20 for the software.
For the software, okay.
However, we left it on our list of things, I think, for the cleanup where some additional revenue that might be able to add that back.
Okay.
What was the software, Anthony?
Just a marine specific software, to keep track of the boats and their locations within the marina, slips and stuff. Currently, the system we're using was developed by our IT department probably 30 years ago. So it's essentially like a data sort sheet, like kind of like an Excel sheet. Our rec software that we currently have can be manipulated to do a marina format, but it's not specific for marinas. So it's pretty cumbersome. So that was why we had included it.
I'll speak for the board, but I think in the administration items that we're gonna present next week, we're likely to be able to put that back as a suggestion. And then the only thing we would do is it was under capital, which I think is where some of the initial decision on that was, and we can add this under the IT line. So we'll present that.
Sounds good. All right, if there's no other questions on Marina, I'll move on to the Carl Dickman Golf Course. Revenues we'll start with, that's on page 199. Pretty straightforward here. Driving range, there's a small little driving range there that gets a couple $100 worth of use. So we've kept that number at 800 for the last several years. Haven't actually gotten to it, but sometimes we're close. Again, not a large budget driver here. Our carts we've increased by $500, cart rentals, and then our greens fees did go up this year at the Golf Commission, so that's reflective here in this increase. All right, if there's no questions on revenue, I'll move to page 200 and talk about some expenses. The expense line here, overtime earnings, this does fluctuate, but we've been trying to get this one in line with where our actuals are. As you can see, we've been pretty close. So we did increase this by $2,000. Seasonal payroll slightly up here due to minimum wage. The rest of everything else here, we pretty much, again, tried to keep this as flatlined as possible. Capital outlay request was higher than this, but this does include a $10,000. I believe this was the fertilizer spreader that it was for 10,000. So that is still captured in this line. Happy to answer any questions.
All set.
Okay. All right, and that brings me to my last budget, which is Smith Richardson. And we'll start with the revenues on page 204. Overall, almost a 10% increase in revenue. Season tickets, those are our season passes. We're looking to hopefully bring in about $80,000 worth of those. ID cards we kept at 210. We've eliminated the annual lockers. As you can see over the last couple of years, they have not been selling at all. We're gonna repurpose that area, or at least half that area, for some hitting bays into hitting nets, so people can just go up before they get on the first tee, take a couple swings. So we're working on that, hopefully over this winter. Greens fees, you'll see a 10% increase. Again, we did just, the Golf Commission did update the rates, so that's accounting for that. Driving range, so far so good up there. Again, we opened that up, the new driving range in September, and we've been really off the charts with the type of revenue we're seeing, so we felt comfortable increasing that. Golf cart rentals, Golf Commission increased the rates, so we're gonna see an increase in that line. And then our concessionaire it's under bid for a few more years, so that is a source document number. Happy to entertain any questions for revenues.
Sorry, when's the bid happening, or is?
For the concession?
Yeah.
Won't happen, they're only in year 4 of 7, I believe, or 5 of 7, so we have a few years remaining on their contract.
Because there was some discussion about concessions at the driving range, and you were gonna hold off for a consolidated bid, or?
Yeah, I would love to have a consolidated bid, or reopen the current bid, but that didn't get too much traction. Yeah, so. All right, moving on to the expenses on page 205. Again, we have regular payroll, contracts were settled here, so again, that's why you see a jump. Seasonal payroll, 2 different lines of seasonal payroll, seasonal maintenance and seasonal clubhouse. Again, trying to account for minimum wage increases. Majority of our seasonal clubhouse, I think almost all our seasonal clubhouse workers are minimum wage workers. Other than that, pretty much held pretty steady here. Our capital outlay line was again significantly cut from our request. And it's also significantly cut from last year what we carried, but does include, I believe, the same type of equipment that we were getting for Carl Dickman. So I believe that's also a fertilizer spreader. Happy to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one. I should point out that there is a laborer position that was added to this budget in that full-time payroll line item.
Regarding the capital outlay, if you need those things to maintain those, how are you gonna get along without it?
We're gonna keep fixing the stuff that breaks. That's the best we can do at this moment. Some of the, I don't have the list in front of me, but I'm happy to. The requests were for just.
Mower.
Yeah, it was a new excavator, a greens mower, another mower for the green areas. There was a dump truck in there, and then the top dresser and fertilizer spreader was what was kept. So again, all these were replacing older items. The older items still work, but again, will need to be serviced throughout the season.
Thank you.
It's late, but presented it well. I think that's why there aren't a lot of questions. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? All right, thanks, Anthony.
All right, thank you guys.
All right. Are you ready? Would you like to take a little break, Brenda?
I just. what did you
Christine's
have
asking.
left?
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5-minute break?
Oh, okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Chris. Yep.
Okay.
Kelsey?
You need to go home.
Okay, good to go.
Okay, Tom needs to get home. He's not feeling well, so let's try to do the finance quickly if that's possible.
Okay, I will go through this. Hopefully my voice will stay with me. The finance budget begins on page 83. The financial section begins on page 84. And I'll begin with revenues. Revenues are relatively flat, 18.7 million, up slightly less than 2%. I will discuss 3 or 4 of the larger items that are basically recurring items. The education cost share, of the 4 items I'm going to mention, they account for more than 80% of the total revenue. The pilot program, taxes, and interest and dividend income, investment income is 8.3 million. Of course, you know, there is always risk there, depending on how rates go. Basically, the number that we are using assumes that we've got on average about $200 million of investments, and on average slightly less than $30 million of money flowing through the M&T account. We assume that the rates are going to be around 3.5%, you know, but that is something we will continue to look at as we go through the year. One other item I'll mention down at the bottom of the page, which we talked a little bit about yesterday, is the WPCA in kind. With the 360, round numbers, 363,000, which is the chargeback for services provided. The other item which I will discuss is on page 85, relates to the parking authority. And I think we should look at, you know, 2 items there. In the past, we've gotten a lease from the parking authority of roughly $333,000. This budget assumes that the parking authority will be rolled into the town's operations. So the parking authority has a fund that I believe is about $2 million. That fund includes more than $1 million of cash. So those funds would be used to fund the parking authority's operating costs, and the revenue would flow to the town. So unless there are other questions on revenue.
Yes, I have, so what is going on with the parking authority?
Well, that's what I was just mentioning. In the past, we had a lease. They haven't paid the lease, I think, in a couple of years or so. But there is discussion now about rolling them into the town's operations. And really then their revenues would flow into the town's budget. As I said, they have a fund that has more than $1 million of cash that would be used to fund the parking authority's obligations. And to the extent that money lasts, the operating costs will be funded from that fund, and the revenues would flow to the town. We've had discussions both with the town attorney and our independent accountants, and you know, they have, you know, assuming all of the boards approve this, they've indicated that, you know, they're in agreement with the accounting treatment of this.
So, okay, but what does the lease agreement say with them? Does it say they are obligated to be separate?
My understanding is the lease it's a lease with the state, and you know, they can transfer there is no obligation to continue the lease, is my understanding, or it could be transferred to the town.
I think you need a legal opinion on this, because my understanding.
Well, yeah, again, the town attorney has looked at this.
So can we get an audited financials to determine what revenue will actually flow to the town?
I don't know whether if they have audited financial statements, we can. The numbers that we're using is based on their performance for the past year, which we assume would be relatively level. But I don't, if they have audited financials, we can get those.
Okay, and the staff will be paid out of that?
The staff would be paid out of the funds that are in the trust.
And we would take their lease money that they get?
Well, we would take their revenue. I mean, they haven't paid the town. They have a lease that's payable to the town, which they have not paid.
For how long?
2 years, so at least I think. I don't know if they paid anything since COVID.
We had it, well, they have, but they paid at a lower rate. We had issues with last year's payment. They've finally made an agreement to make that payment. They have not made this year's payment. And I would just say that it will run as a department the way that it's been proposed, and it's before the RTM in this budget now. So it's not anyone particularly taking any sort of a revenue. It's moving it from being a separate enterprise fund authority structure, which is to a town department structure. So the revenue and the expenses would simply flow through the general fund versus through an enterprise fund.
We don't have any obligations with the state here?
So Phil has weighed in on this and provided information as part of the ordinance repeal to the RTM. Many towns do frankly just many different types of structures, but there's no requirement to have a separate parking authority. Ultimately, the parking authority as structured now is actually a part technically of the town, rides on our tax ID, and they're technically ultimately still employees of the town that pay through our town. Their books are managed through our town, so they're actually in our ultimately inside of our ACFR, and so the lease the leases with the state, and the leases back out to any of the businesses and spaces after 30 days upon repeal, revert directly to the town. And he's already looked into all that and brought that forward as part of the ordinance repeal. So this would all be in effect for the July 1 budget based upon this information.
Could Christine and I get a copy of that opinion by the town attorney?
Sure, we can get you the information that's gone to the RTM.
Tom.
Yes.
Going back to page 84, can you explain the WPCA in-kind services, that jump there? I
Yes.
understand there's, some charge back for the project manager, but like, what's the rest?
Yeah, it's the DPW.
Yeah,
has
so
done work. for us.
WPCA.
So part of that's the
Department of Public Works does.
part of that is, yeah, so there's an issue that we did discover. If you go back and you look at the FY 23 actual number, it was actually higher at that time. The town has historically, the town, it's a separate authority, ultimately riding off of the tax ID of the town, ultimately run through the books of the town, but not through the general fund. So the town HR department, public works department, finance, for selectmen's office, there's a number of different engineering. There are a number of different areas in town that support the WPCA. So there's historically been an in-kind services line. We did discover that in FY 24 and FY 23, even though the actual calculations would have actually netted out to be more than what was in FY 23, that it actually had for no reason that we can figure out, the bill back had not been occurring or being budgeted properly. So part of this is not just the one project manager, which is the 100% of project management time is being billed back. This also now accounts properly for the human resources, finance, engineering, public works, other areas that do need in kind, charge back to the WPCA. So this is correcting an accounting error from a few years ago.
So yeah, basically just trying to identify all of the items that should be charged back and including them. Anything else on revenue?
Just the pilot and the ECS, that's just from the governor's budget, those figures. And have you heard anything from the state since the governor proposed his budget to see if those numbers are gonna be changing at all?
I'm sorry, say that again, Christine.
ECS and pilot, just from the state, those, just wanna confirm that those are coming just from the governor's proposed budget,
That's affirmative.
Thank you, because I'm just, the Board of Ed budget book they were using fiscal year.
When do we get the pilot? You know?
Well, the governor's budget was proposed, and then I believe Tom and the department worked through CCM assists with the calculations of what that would be, and they were loaded in, obviously.
How solid, how solid did they feel, do you know?
Well,
I think we're comfortable with that.
Okay.
yeah, we go with best available.
And right now with the state, things are changing daily, so.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, no,
you know, it
I was
really-
surprised, I was surprised to see it actually went up, which is nice.
Yeah, we take it best available.
Anything else on? Anything else on revenue?
No.
Okay, in terms of expenses, basically almost 90% of the expenses are salaries. We have we budgeted to have 8 full-time employees for fiscal year 26, down from 9 in fiscal year 2025. One person was transferred to another department, and the part-time grant writer has also been transferred. So that really is the big ticket in terms of expenses. But if you have other questions.
Can I ask why the financial analyst would be moved out from underneath the CFO?
Yeah, it's it can be either place. If you go into, I mean, I worked in companies where there's a lot of construction and in business units, and they typically would have a financial person to support the operations. Maybe the town's a little different, but the case could be made for them to be in the group, working closely with the group that's doing the projects.
Is the Director of Financial Planning and Analysis a new title for what we used to call the Budget Director?
Yes.
So
Those
how
duties.
did that rate of pay go from 127 to 145?
Because, again, frankly, it's sort of a best guess on my part at this point, which we've had difficulty trying to find a qualified person to fill the job. So, that's really kind of a placeholder until we can find somebody to move into the job. And when we find someone, it may be less.
That is a union job, though.
Well, it was, I think.
Yeah, and just to help, so to just clarify a little bit, some of this was in motion. This is, heading prior to Tom, and now Tom's working, through trying to locate somebody for this. But if you look at that role, it is much more than sort of what it had previously been, which was sort of set as just budget. That lives with a few different people. There's a lot of other, higher, grade tasks that we're looking to incorporate. And the goal here, there is a piece here, trying to move it, confidential and some other elements here, and cost outs and whatnot, which really should be part of the non-union management team. And in order to get somebody into that role, probably regardless at this stage, probably looking at least that 145 number.
Yeah, and again, as David is saying, it's gonna be more than a budget job. I mean, we don't do cash planning and cash forecasting, and that will be a part of this job.
So, and can I ask, the investment advisor, that was like a part-time job, now it's zeroed out. Who took over that responsibility?
I think we're gonna do that in-house. That's the current thinking.
Who?
Myself. I mean, we'll be working closely with our investment advisors at Schwab and Fidelity.
This was
Yeah, I mean, listen, we use investment advisors too, because before, when we came in, the CFO was literally making the investments, and which wasn't a great thing to probably do.
Oh, you know what, Brenda, I just want to clarify something. The investment advisor was not the outside firm. That was Ken Brackfeld came in to help us clean up some issues.
Yeah.
So, and that was never meant to be a long-term deal. He helped us move the, 150.
It was a temporary.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
just getting the risk off of, of our uninsured deposit.
So I would, even though the grants person did get pulled out, I personally think they should be in the finance realm. But I would say for the record, I think we need to go back to part-time just based on what's happening in our federal government, which will impact our state government. I just think that unfortunately, we're not gonna be seeing a lot of grants.
Well, I understand and respect your position on that. I would not vote for that change because I think having the part-time grant, I was here for a while with the part-time grant coordinator versus the few months or the short period of time we had with the full-time person. It was a big difference in terms of the amount of time they could spend learning about what the departments need. That person actually left because he thought it was too big a job for him. Then he said he couldn't sleep at night. So I feel like there's a lot of room for expanding the grants role past the part-time original role. You may end up being right, and if everything dries up, we would have to rethink that.
Anything else on expenses?
For the financial analyst, that's the person that's primarily working on the capital waterfall or capital planning.
Yeah, she's already almost all of her time.
Yeah, so that person was
She's essentially, from a time perspective, she's been essentially embedded into that.
So that's where that's the bulk of her time is spent doing that, and as the projects, there's the initial, it's a living document, so it's not like a one and done.
That's it, not once a year anymore.
right.
Yeah.
So just a little background on that, which you may already know, is the DPW head, Bucky Marsilio, thought this person was going to be hired to work for him. Was then
I didn't know that.
oh yeah, okay. So this person was hired, maybe some miscommunication. He thought that he was hiring this person to help with the these types of finance type problems. What happened sitting under finance was more and more of her time was allocated to non-capital projects kind of work, doing bank recs and things like that. And we desperately needed somebody to take control of the capital project. It's very complex and very time consuming. And so we pulled her back from that. This is a person who will have to know everything that's going on in capital projects. So having them seated there is sort of, I believe it was Bucky's original intention. And I think he was right. And so that's.
Well, and I think also as we're looking at just the cash flow analysis piece of the waterfall, which is evolved.
Right? You just cash flow analysis is yeah.
That was not necessarily as big a part of capital planning.
And
I'm glad you mentioned cash flow analysis because Tom Harris, first thing he said when he came in was, we don't do cash flow projections. And I couldn't really answer that with a straight face because I said the same thing when I came in there. We don't do cash flow projections here. Tom needs them in order to forecast, this is a slightly separate topic, but that's why this person who's coming in, that it's not just budget. He needs somebody who's going to help him develop cash flow projections so that we can forecast our investment portfolio. We need to know how much should we put into 10-year, how much in the 5 or how much in the 5-year, how much in the 2-year, how much in the 1-year. And we can't do that now because we don't have cash flow projections. So he desperately needs that. And that will also help with budgeting, the budget in general.
And the financial analyst inside capital projects, when we talk about this a lot of our budget is frankly caked in because of salaries. The next tier of it is somewhat timing, but oftentimes caked in. Some of the biggest swings that we have are these large project ones. So not just planning for bonding purposes, but also actually throughout the years they manage the projects. So getting better data from that group up to finance, and then finance doing what they're doing will ultimately allow us to much better plan over time.
Should we reschedule the rest? Okay. All right, we should move on unless there's any,
That should be quick.
yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Page 104, BOF.
104, Board of Finance. There isn't a whole lot here. I mean, the big number is comprised of really two items. The audit fee, which is, $130,000. And the balance is for possible financial projects like, doing documentation of policies, procedures, or looking at acquiring software for the finance group. So that's kind of a placeholder that the Board of Finance has established. So if we wanted to use that, we would request a transfer from the Board of Finance. Part-time payroll is the clerk and assistant clerk.
The Board of Finance asked for a payroll audit this year, and that's where this money came. Payroll review.
Any other questions on Board of Finance?
Oh, and you're the clerk.
Yeah. Jen.
So the next one up, if that's fine, is gonna be page 51, miscellaneous contingencies.
That's the low one.
It's the smaller one, so that we're holding, I'll speak to that
Yeah,
one.
you can go
We're
ahead.
holding this one at the $15,000 amount that had actually historically been higher, but last year was lowered by the Board of Finance. So we definitely would like to keep that. There are very few small pockets to go to for certain things. One thing that the administration will ask the board for on Monday, sort of the initial package of some of the cleanup items. And then Bill may want to speak to this. It's the $20,000 amount. We're thinking miscellaneous contingency would be the place to put it. But for the
Museum?
not
For the Independence Day.
Independence Day. Yeah, so for the Independence Day event, so that's 20,000, and there's not really a great place to put it, and it never actually landed its way in the final. We actually think miscellaneous contingency as a one-time, increase, and then going back down next year would be the location we suggest for that. And then jointly the museum and the town can draw on all that. So we'll look at next, page 65. Which is the contingency. That's the larger account.
Yeah, this is for, basically what we have now are some identified contingencies, and I don't know what go into
Yes,
details,
so-
but that relates to, possible settlement of contracts. There are, I think, 3 contracts that will expire in June. And this is intended to fund those, any incremental costs associated with those contracts.
So, yeah, and there's also another, open CBA, so we factor those in. So this is typically, we don't dive into the details publicly on this item. But we could certainly, if somebody wants an executive session,
Is it 3 or 4 CBAs?
Right.
there are 3 upcoming, there is one
2027.
currently open as well. So Public Works is currently
Fire police.
still open,
Nurses.
fire police, and nurses is settled. So it's town hall employees, fire, and police that are up this year. And it is Public Works that is still open from previous years. So those are the drivers, and then there's obviously some other dollars that we place within it.
Any other questions on contingency? I think the final is debt service, page 209. this is the account where all costs associated with debt service processed. I mean, the 150 is an estimate of what it would cost to do the bonding for July. We assume that there will be roughly $17 million redemption payments on current debt principal, and a $7.1 million payment of interest that's applicable to currently outstanding debt. And we have a transfer from the debt service fund, this is on the balance sheet, into this account to reduce our expenses. And this is something we have done, has been done in the past. I think the amount last year was $1 million. It was a little less last year.
So, I was looking at this pretty closely over the weekend, and if you go back to page 2 on the driver, expense driver.
Yes.
There's something off here.
Yeah, I can tell you what's off. The $4 million got netted. I don't know. It's gonna be revised. I saw that too.
Well, that would, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, if you look at on the summary page, the debt service number, is 24 million. But on the summary, if you go to the summary page.
Yeah. It's 20,823.
Yeah, and Brenda, the difference is it's netted in 1 point.
Because on page 209 and 10.
Under the town line, the number, the 1,479,000 is netted in there. There's a transfer out of 2.5 and offset by this transfer. So we're fixed. Yeah.
Right, there was an offset by the
So the net number is correct.
FDRC, so I don't know, like, how does that not like totally screw up the budget?
It doesn't, the net number is the same, so if this had not been netted, the 1.479 would be a positive 2.5. And this is a credit of 4 million, so the net of those is 1.4. So the net number's correct, it's just the way it was presented on the summary sheet.
Well, the way I'm reading it, it looks like it's overstated by 4 million.
Yeah, no, correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it sometimes when it nets out, it's still 380. The top line number is pulling from a different line. This spreadsheet that you're looking at, this is essentially a spreadsheet, right? It's pulling the 24 million from somewhere else. It's also
From where?
It's pulling the 24 million.
I mean, what's the source of it, of the offset?
As the top line debt expense.
The 4 million comes out of, the 4 million comes off it's a balance sheet fund. That we use to offset the debt service. So it's a balance sheet fund where excess reserves are transferred to help fund debt. So in the past, we've had transfers into that balance sheet account. And as we did last year, $1 million was transferred out and 4 million was transferred out this year. But to your question as to whether the net number is correct, again, if you gross those up, the 1.479 would be a positive. In the 20 million, then it would have debt service, it would net out against the 24 million.
Well, it kind of looks like, that the town is using 4 million in debt service reserves to reduce the debt service budget. I mean.
Yeah, that's right. No, that is correct. Yeah.
That's
right, but I think
that's exactly what we're doing.
But I think an argument would be that 4 million could be used to offset the bonding. So the town will bond 4 million more than it needs to, and then that adds interest to the debt.
This isn't about how much we're bonding in the upcoming year. This is about what our payments are for prior. So
Right,
this
but
is
it's like
$4 million.
taking money from the surplus, 4 million.
Exactly what.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. It's using the debt service fund to service debt.
Or is it to service to make the budget balance out?
Well, it's to service, it's to use it to reduce the taxpayer burden and
Right,
and
but then
that's what it's
that,
for.
but the value of
that's what-
4 million, I mean, we're looking at like 6.2 really, because that's interest. I mean, it's not very,
Bonding this.
No, I mean, it's a debt service fund that you can use to service your debt. And that's what we're gonna use it for. That's what we're
That's what we're-
proposing to use it
Yeah,
for.
and that's what we've done in the past.
It's held in the debt account, so when you
Right.
utilize it as a drawdown of the surplus, there's nowhere else really for the town to hold the surplus type funds. That's why the debt service account is being utilized. So we book it against the debt service. In all reality, it's an overall drawdown of a surplus from overall accounts to reduce the overall taxation in the year. It's just the debt service account is where it's typically flowed through because that's one of the only places that we can park those funds. If you don't put it there, we are left with very few options and it ends up going to fund balance and then we've got an issue trying to draw it from there, which is why it's a debt service. That's exactly.
But I mean, I understand.
listen, I'm just gonna flag this for the Board of Finance. I think this is a concern. It's concerning me. But I think they should flag it and they should look more closely.
Oh, I wholeheartedly believe this will be discussed. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, you should do that. Okay.
Leave it at that.
Okay, anything else on that, Brendan?
No, I do not. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, sure.
Tom, get to
Go ahead.
Go on, please.
Go to sleep. Soup, tea.
Chicken soup, you need chicken soup. We need you healthy. All right, thanks, Tom.
Better.
Yeah.
I hope you feel better, Tom.
Thank you.
Next up
Voice
is
less.
human resources.
You're just standing here. All right. Yes, we're last, right? So, good afternoon. So just to give a quick description of our department, we're responsible for the following employee-related functions: labor relations, personnel administration, employee benefits, and staff services. And based on a recent, it wasn't an audit, but it was a review recommendation by an external auditor. The department has updated our job descriptions to include expanded payroll processing as well. The department is responsible for townwide freedom of information requests, risk management, and Americans with Disabilities compliance. And managing these functions requires the interpretation and application of federal and state laws, collective bargaining agreements, the town charter and codes, and various other regulatory and statutory mandates affecting public employment. The department also provides advice and consultation to approximately 500 full-time town employees, 170 part-time, 375 seasonal, and 500 retirees. We also have responsibility for approximately 650 Board of Education bargaining unit and exempt employees for retirement counseling and processing. With return to the insurances and the property casual insurance and related matters, I would defer that to our PMA and KERMA providers that are on, I believe on Zoom, right? And I just want to make a note on our package here, just so you're aware, on the page 3 of the personnel summary, some of the titles are incorrect, and it was because of last minute trying to get this out. And so the human resources assistant is now the title is human resource analyst, and the paralegal is HR senior HR administrator. Just to make that note. And then going into
So on this page, the senior HR, what is it?
it's a senior human resources administrator.
And that is 106,000 salary?
That's what's being requested. Yeah, so okay, Peter, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So currently that role is 104,000, but with the recent contract ratification that we follow, or that role follows, it will be at that dollar amount, yes.
So we budgeted 78, but we hired somebody at 104?
Well, that's because did the contract just settle? So that's the difference was in
There-
contingency before, or why the difference?
Yeah, we had to make up a year and a half of contract timeframe.
But but the staff directory for human resources listed 7 people. Nikki Joyner is the senior HR administrator. Tracy is the HR analyst. Calvin is the FOI. But they're not listed in here. There's only 6 people listed here.
Well, Tracy Chiappi is the human resources analyst. Calvin is a part-time employee. And he's here
Oh.
temporarily. He's not a permanent employee.
Who is gonna handle FOI when he leaves?
Well, we're gonna try to, at this point, we're hoping we're gonna have to work on a solution, but right now, because of the backlog and because of the demand and because it's gone up significantly, the requests
Yeah.
from.
I'll offer just a couple of quick metrics on the FOIA side to Brenda's point. In 2023, we had 260 FOIAs and we hit 100 June 1st. 2024, these are calendar year. 2024, we had 382, which is a 50% increase roughly. And we hit 100 May 1st, a month earlier. This year, we just hit 100 in the middle of February. We are literally doubling each year over year the amount of FOIAs that are coming in. And that's not even speaking to the complexity of some of the FOIAs that are quite involved, but I'll leave it at that for any other questions. Yeah.
But we'd have to parse it out at this point. If we can't, once that temporary position is exhausted, I guess, the time period. We have enough to subsidize that until the end of this fiscal year.
And what's the plan going forward?
Well, we'd have to give part of it to, basically, I have to handle part of which I do as a supervisor. And Peter does also handle some of the requests. And if the human resources analyst would have to take on some of that. So what we'd have to do is basically, we'd not be producing as quickly. We would have to, and under the FOIA, you don't shut down your operations to comply. We want to get it robust and get things out quickly, but we would have to probably slow it down and spend not focus on it 100%.
We would also leverage the actual departments themselves to do some of the work because they'll be most familiar with the documents that are being requested typically, but that's not always the best or ideal solution. So that's why we'd have to keep some of it in-house because of the sensitivity of some of the documents and things of that nature.
For the most part, the department heads and those who gather the information, they're pretty standard, are aware. And what it comes down to, it's mostly to be, our biggest hurdle is emails. It's a lot of email to go through, and you just want to make sure that the one email that might contain some personal any information which might be considered an invasion of personal property or security violation, you have to go through them. And that's what takes up a great deal of time. And you don't want to have department heads already kind of bogged down and their liaisons who help us with FOIA be in the position of potentially releasing something they shouldn't because they can't take the time to go through the documents. We also get help from Phil Pierce's staff with exemptions and questions too. So that we have that.
I think heart and hypertension are under HR. So I see it was reduced to 0 from 629,610. That number is usually calculated by outside consultants. Do we have any justification why it was moved to zero?
Yeah, I'll take that. That was discussed at length over the last few months at the Board of Finance, particularly in their audit subcommittee discussions, and then at the main board, starting with our current fiscal year and then moving forward as represented in this budget. Heart and hypertension will now be moved within the internal service fund. We have only been booking the expense on an annual basis. And inside the internal service fund, we've not been booking the liability. That is not how we handle any of the other items. This is something that dates back about 20 years, where they made a switch back when you may recall the internal service fund was at one point both cash and accrual based negative. So some of these moves were to try to prop it up several administrations ago by having it out of the fund and booked that way. In that the fund had a robust accrual amount at the end of FY 24 closeout. It was determined that was a good time to finally bring this into the fund, properly book the long-term liability, and now it will be budgeted and whatnot within that fund moving forward.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right,
We want to hear anything from our the insurance piece or anything, or we're good?
so
I don't have any
All right, okay.
content.
for insurance, if you just talk. I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, we would defer to our.
Yeah, usually we defer to the.
Oh, is he on?
Yeah, sorry.
He's not on though.
Oh. It should be on.
Okay. I would like, I'm just some color on where the numbers were.
They run the.
Yeah, there is some content on the in the book.
Yeah.
That had been provided by Assured Partners, which covers our insurance side, not the workers' comp, mind you. Overall, we're seeing a property and casualty insurance increasing by 5.9%. This is their words. The property budget is up 19%, and errors and emissions are down 25%. Liability and auto are up 1.5%, which is de minimis.
And all that works through to this, the property here is up 119%, okay.
Yeah. We'll be doing a revisit of our annualized assets from a liability and property auto and property standpoint. That usually occurs in the May timeframe, where we assess all and every asset that we have across the town vehicles, wood chippers, boats, you name it. But we don't have that information at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I just want to clarify the one we were talking about that got changed to a senior HR analyst. That wasn't, Christine, due to a PETA, because that's a non-union.
No, they're not. No, you're 100% right about that. Right, they follow the PETA. It's confidential, but they follow the PETA the compensation.
Okay.
Yeah, the salaries didn't increase until that contract got recognized or ratified.
Okay, got it.
All right, if there's no other questions, move on to unemployment.
Page 107.
We don't have that.
We don't have a budget.
That's not usually her realm.
That's not usually something you talk about.
No. Pardon me? That would be PMA, unemployment. Oh, unemployment? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Actually, that was usually Frank.
It's minor and
it's minor.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize you don't normally talk
I
about
mean, we
it.
can talk about the amount of claims we've had. We've got some metrics on that if you're interested, but
Yeah,
we're
can you
tracking.
talk about the metrics on unemployment claims?
So unemployment claims wise, we are currently in, I should say, year-end 2024. We don't, 2025 just started, and these again are calendar year numbers. We're running with 40 unemployment claims. Interestingly enough, because this is something we track now, we had 19 fraudulent claims, which we stopped before the town had any liability associated with them. For example, I would get because I respond on the town's behalf to the state. The state ultimately makes the decision.
We also have a provider that does our unemployment for us.
Right, so I provide this data through our third-party administrator for unemployment claims. And all I do is answer their basic 5 questions, if you will. And but I flag when I get an email that might say David Becker has filed for unemployment, I would question that. And then we would stop it but catalog it that way with the state, or through this system, through our third party with the state, to make sure that we don't incur any extra costs. So it's been an interesting year.
So we had 19 people file for unemployment that should.
We had 19 fraudulent claims where it would be, these are claims where literally like you might have you might have submitted a claim, it wasn't you, it was actually a bad actor on your behalf.
What happened is
No, these are.
the banking information got hacked and then they did massive to try to see. We're lucky enough that we're smaller, but in bigger organizations that are nationwide, sometimes they don't pick them up because, you have like thousand employees, but with this one, Peter's right.
It happens most typically during the holiday season. I think they think the Department of Labor is less attentive and or understaffed.
So we had 19 cases like.
Where literally you might have been one of them. I can actually look at the list of case files, but I use David Becker. It literally might have been David Becker filed for unemployment.
So someone hacked, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was like, we've had that with employees that saying, hey, I didn't file this, obviously. We know that they're employed there, but also it's trying to make sure you catch them that they're not, whoever the bad actor is obviously their account's gonna be getting the money, not.
So what I do actually is a process for control and to help the employees through this is I literally send them an email, or call them first, but then I'll send an email and say, please confirm you did not file an unemployment claim. They say, no, I did not. In other words, however they want to. And then I offer them actually some information about our EAP, but also where to go and submit a survey to the state, because that's what the state has asked. So we try and help the employees, not just so they can try and mitigate their risk as a courtesy in that.
So what happens if, so none of these got past you?
No.
What would happen if if something gets past you? Would the state have to repay? I mean.
Well, if they got past us, well, first of all, we'd hope it went through the unemployment because we would know that these employees are working.
Yeah.
So a lot of them they're working employees and well, for the most part, right? They're all working.
No, I will literally typically, I look them up in the system the minute I get this request through the.
We would contest it saying they're working and they're, so then there would be, but sometimes it's too late because once a claim is going in there, oftentimes the state will take it, start paying it, and then, then a contest might happen. So if they got through, whoever that actor is would be getting paid. And I don't know how the state would recoup that because I don't think it's anyone you can identify. Oftentimes it's like they get in or from other countries or I think from what I understand and
Yeah, and they set up a phony address
right.
with the state and have the monies routed that way or direct deposit. I don't know how they do it.
So how about someone who leaves their job and should not have applied for unemployment? What happens then? But they do. Are you contacted or?
Well, what happens is our third party, we rely on them to underpay. So they would go through and look at it. Like for instance, and I'll just give it for instance, we had an employee who left, went for another job, and then got terminated, I guess, from that job, and then went and applied for unemployment through Fairfield.
Right.
And so we flagged that, told our third party carrier, hey, look, this is not legit. We want you to contest it, appeal it.
Did they get paid?
They did, well, they often do get paid initially.
We're self-insured, right? So
Well,
they're paid by us, right?
So they'll give us a credit.
Right.
They don't typically write a check and send
Right.
it
How does
back.
that process work? Do you, how do you recover? Do you have to go through some adjudication process?
We do. We basically, through our third party again, would request that we appeal the decision. If the appeal is
We won
granted.
that decision, or it's in
I think it's still in process. I think
How many of those do we have? Do you know?
there's only two.
We have, well, 3, right?
So we have 3 cases of people who
Possibly 4.
received unemployment, possibly 4.
Possibly 4. I'm just trying to think. One was 4 because we had the other employee that, I don't wanna say names or anything, but.
Right, no, of course not, don't.
But there was an employee who, same thing, was resigned, left on his own accord. Actually, we had 5, actually. We had
Yeah.
2 that left on their own accord, left, resigned, I'm gone. And then indicated thereafter that they wanted unemployment because they claimed that they were forced out. So.
That's true, but we
Okay.
actually won.
And that we were able to successfully,
Do that, but you were
navigate
able to say no prior to them getting paid?
we said no to our unemployment, our carrier, and oftentimes, and again, Peter, I mean, I used to work at Department of Labor, I should know better. But oftentimes, sometimes they get paid and then they make it, then when they get to the appeal process, and if they decided to deny it, they'll claw back to get the credit.
But I'm sorry, the payment for this, like, is this a fund that we pay over to an agency that then makes the payment? Or do we actually make the payment from here?
We don't make the payment from here. It's-
Oh, so we have no
we make the
control.
payment
We
from
make
here.
the
I'm
payment
sorry,
from
I'm
here, so a
sorry.
list comes in quarterly, that's part of the challenge, it's not a
You have to
monthly.
pay it even though you know it's wrong.
Right, but we appeal it to therefore try and get the credit back, we don't get a
We
check
got 5 cases.
in the last year and a half.
5 to probably 6, because we had one, yeah, I'm just thinking, and again, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm trying to one. Yeah, and it's, a couple of them were, 3 of them, I'm gonna think 3 now, were situations where someone applied employment and said, yeah, I resigned, but I was coerced and I was forced, I didn't really wanna resign, it was made, and we were able to successfully appeal those.
Did we get our money back?
You get credit, you get a
Yeah,
credit for
okay.
that.
Yeah.
How much is this total, do you know?
Don't know, we can find out.
Okay. And is there any way there's nothing we can do about, like, in the future, stopping it before payments?
We respond, I mean, we're given 7 business days to respond when the third party notifies us. And this is all done through a web application, a protected web application. We are given 7 days to respond. How the state reacts within those 7 days, they typically are generous and will start the process of payments. But we literally, all we can do is answer their basic questions.
So when someone who does this, are they breaking the law?
Well, it depends upon the facts.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone if someone is, knowingly has, like, for instance, there's one we have pending right now where someone we understand through the facts had another job or had an ability to go to another job and refused to take that, instead opted to take unemployment. So we're grappling with that one. That could
So-
potentially be a fraud. But if we don't handle the fraud aspect, but Department of Labor would then in turn have to then decide if this is something they want to pursue, that they want to refer it. But I would say too, like, for instance, someone who just terminated because of, being AWOL or something like that, that might take a lot of
Okay.
back and forth. So a lot of it is, that's a good question, but I think the decision on those things, the jurisdiction would fall under the Department of Labor.
Can you make a list with the amounts and without the names, so we know, like, should we have a receivable in our budget? Some estimate of receivable in our budget for those amounts?
Or it just offsets.
Or an
Not a
offset
large
to-
dollar amount, just to clarify.
Is it
Typically,
20,000, 30,000? I mean,
all in?
30,000 is a large dollar amount. I mean, so can you just put the list together and so we know how many people and what the amounts are without the names? And then we could consider offsetting our expense for the year, right? With that, because we have no estimate for that in our budget.
We do not, no,
Okay.
right, currently no.
We don't.
All right.
I'm not sure how that would be projected based on the
But we can
cycle,
find that out. That's a good-
seasonalities and
we
so
can-
on.
We can
Okay.
find that out.
Okay,
For
thank you.
finance to help us with.
Can I ask about the health insurance page?
Can I just ask one more question about unemployment? So are you ever in this situation where you have to fill out the 5 I mean, I deal with this and you're just like, this is, you know, right from the start that this is not legit.
Yes, yeah, we do that.
And then can you just say, I'm not, like, not fill it out? Because once you fill it out, it sounds like you basically are starting the process.
You have to fill out the you have to fill it out. They have a form, you have to
Either
fill it
way,
out. Yeah, you have to.
Even
fill it
if
out,
you
right?
know that it's potentially not.
If we do not respond, they will automatically err to give the employee, the former employee the
You
money.
have no choice.
We-
It's a
we-
weird system.
But we also give all the information, like for instance, we might provide an investigation report, which Peter just did with a case where we had a dismissal. We filed the dismissal letter, the investigation report, whether or not that's upheld, because it's a tough standard, like with unemployment. It's not the same as, just cause and or reasonable doubt in a criminal court. It's a very, there's very limited things where the Department of Labor is going to deny an unemployment claim.
But if someone claims they were pushed out and that is just, it's a false claim, we're gonna win, there should be something in the budget reflecting an offset, some estimate.
Well, maybe potential, right? Like if you had like a, some sort of like, if you're in the process of appeal and this is what we expect to get back.
Right, because
Yeah,
we have
right.
estimates, I'm sorry, we have estimates of litigation settlement, so
Right.
we should have estimates of this as well, okay.
Well, that's probably true of also union, arbitration too, as well, to your point.
Right, okay, thank you. I think Ms. Kupchak had a question.
So on page 56, active, the health insurance benefits. Typically, wasn't this page usually more detailed, or is that where you give that to the Board of Finance? A more detailed breakout of that? Because I remember this page used to have a lot more.
Oh, there was like an Aon fee?
Aon report.
Yeah, there's is that there? Because there's usually an Aon and a.
No, there
No,
isn't
there's not
one.
there?
Yeah, I understand.
You're right, though. No, you're right. There's usually more of a breakdown of.
We will provide those as additional backup. Those
Yeah, we should
change
add
quite a
that.
few times through the budget process, so
Oh, they change every
so
day,
we're-
right? Based on the latest feedback.
literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I just noticed it wasn't,
Yeah,
it's-
you're right.
Good ad.
It's a snapshot, it's a snapshot in time, but we'll, I've got this, I've just noted it, thank you for the, as a backup document, and we'll get that to you.
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
We have retiree benefits
Retiree benefits,
and OPEB.
That would be, let's see, so we have our Milliman people here.
I know they'll be available for the finance. I
Finance,
thought
finance.
they were.
yeah.
I mean, that's more their belly, it's on our agenda, I mean, that's more their
Right.
cup of tea, I would say.
It is, but we did put it on, so is there anything you can
I
talk
mean,
to?
seems like there's a lot of numbers moving around, but
Do we wanna just share the?
I would leave it
Sure,
up.
that's fine, that's fine,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
yeah,
fine,
yeah.
that's a good
Let me,
idea, yeah. That'd probably be
quickly
helpful.
grab some supporting documentation I have. We went through, I don't know, you want me to?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So we had created a highlights document for our budget planning session we had prior to this one. And relative to retirees, we went through a retiree data cleanup, which ended up eliminating future expenses in the pension and healthcare area, resulting in about a $235,000 of, I believe, savings. And then also moved 500 retirees and their dependents, so the number obviously is a 1 dot something X, to Medicare Advantage plan effective January 1st of this year, calendar year, with estimated savings of $970,000 for calendar year 25. Yeah, there's been a lot of work, a lot of effort by Megan and Kathleen in this space with the amount of communications and the impact, it was quite a sizable project. Yeah.
And our,
Yeah, but that, as you can imagine, that level of a change for retirees and dependents is significant.
But it
So there's
was-
a lot of
it-
handholding in that.
in a lot of meetings public meetings with the Patterson Club, Beacon was there, trying to answer and it went much smoother than expected, and it seems at this point to be pretty much going running along well.
Any other questions? So next would be active employee benefits.
We don't have that. Oh, great.
No, didn't.
Is.
What page was that, David?
55, 56.
55.
in front of
Oh,
us.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
we don't
yeah.
have a budget book.
Not address that.
On 55.
Oh, so we don't have a budget book to refer to.
No, that's, oh, I thought we already talked about it. Oh, the insurance component of it, health, self-insurance, but
This was in our space.
that's the 8.71% increase.
So
And that's from Aon as well,
we'll
right?
provide the schedules.
Yeah.
As part of the backup for this. The biggest highlight in it right off the bat is the 8.71. So we're projected for a significant increase this year, unfortunately. Health insurance costs going up, so that's been factored in. We take this number directly from Aon as to what they'd like us to factor in. And
Yeah, so the schedules from Aon are gonna be key to talk about this, but so we'll provide those and talk about it further. Okay, we are done for the day, other than public comment. Chelsea? You need to make public comment. You're the only member of the public.
so the only comment I would say, not actually here, but Amy Barrett did put one in the.
Oh, what did she say?
So related to the marina, fair enough, so at least read it.
Okay, I can't see it, but I am going to.
So-
Add software for actual slip applications. If it's similar to the system for camp signups, many people were very unhappy with how it functions.
Okay,
So that's it.
Any other, yep, that's the only. Oh, and someone else said, I just Googled Lighthouse, this I actually knew, they changed their name to Centrio. Okay, well, motion to adjourn,
Adjourn.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you,
Brenda.
thank you.
So this thing with unemployment.